But yeah, I think I'm gonna cut that tree down this year though, so I'll at least have the 200 yards. Because it's seriously like, so I have my backstop that I built, and then it's all like clearing and stuff, and that's the part that like the ground is cleared is up to about like 25 yards. Like that's where I kind of just like scrape the ground with the bucket of the tractor and then dump the sand. Like that's how I made my backstop, and then I cut some trees down and stuff. But so that part that's pistol all day long, and sometimes I'll shoot my AR at 25 yards and stuff, just for the hell of it. But then I got a marker at 50 yards, and then like the edge of the clearing is 100 yards. Like that's where we stop mowing, and the grass gets long is like right at 100 yards. And there's a little patch of trees and stuff. And then if you go further back, like if you cut through those trees, it's another like natural clearing. Then we don't like mow that or anything, but the grass doesn't really get that long up there. So that's the part where if I take down, there's basically one tree that's like right in the line of sight. And if I do that, I'll have a nice little shooting lane through like the long grass and the patch of trees. And I can go all the way up by the road and then shoot back towards my backstop.
Oh, okay.
So, and then that would get me about the 200-yard mark. So, I think I'm going to take that tree down this year.
Cool. We can with the grass, like you just you go out there and use tractor and just mow the shit down, or
Yeah, we got a tow behind what like a 8-foot deck or something. So you just drive around and clear 8 foot at a time.
well, there you go. You can even make it easier on yourself and just do like a 24-foot wide swath. Just go up and down and clear that.
Oh, I'm not worried about. Yeah, I'm not worried about that part of it. I'm just talking like that. My dad always just cuts. Well, he does the driveway, and then he cuts like around, like we call it the front yard. But I mean, honestly, there's green weeds, and that's the lawn, and then there's like long weeds, and that's like the field. I mean, it's not like we have like grass up there, really. I mean, I guess some crabgrass grows up there and stuff, but it's basically green colored weeds that we cut, and that's our lawn. So he does around the front of the house, he does the back of the house, and then off to the side. And then that's like the edge of that is like where my shooting range is. My shooting range is at the edge of the clearing and like next to the woods. I guess he does cut a path down into the swamp and back, like through the field.
Well, that'd be cool. That'd be great. When you get that done, do some videos of you shooting on your way back, like start up close and work your way back.
Holy shit, this dude's shooting goats from a helicopter with an AR in the Galapagos.
What, are goats like the hogs of the Galapagos?
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm just watching this nature thing on. Oh, I can't rewind that much because I'm at like live TV. Yeah, there was like 4 goats on the top of a hill, and he's shooting at them with an AR out of a helicopter. They didn't show him like pick them up or anything, so I don't know what that was all about. Like they didn't show any of them get hit. The camera was focused on the guy.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, they do the same thing with hogs in Texas, so.
Well, yeah, and like I said, I don't know what the ecosystem of the Galapagos is.
Hogs are considered invasive, and they also repopulate within like 6 months or something. There's like more of them than they started with, no matter how many of them you kill or some shit. There's some like huge equation that they use, and they're like, you can kill as many as you want, and there's still going to be more of them, and within the next year than there were when you started.
Yeah, well, the problem is like they're
But those goats in the Galapagos, I thought most everything in the Galapagos was like, protected simply because of it being there. I thought that
yeah,
was like
but
special.
maybe people brought the goats like to farm though, and now there's too many of them.
Maybe could be
So
that
they
could
kill
be.
the goats off so that the turtles have stuff to eat or whatever, you know.
Yeah, might be something like that.
I mean, that's the same reason the hog, and that's the thing. That's why the hogs are,
The hogs are ready
taking
to
over.
breed. The female hogs are ready to breed at 5 to 6 months of age. They go into heat every 3 weeks, and then they're only pregnant for 4 months. So that's how fast they breed.
Yeah, and
it
how
can
many do
happen
they
to a
kick out?
dozen.
What, like 5 or 6 each time they're
A
pregnant?
dozen.
So,
A dozen, up to a
Yeah,
dozen.
oh wow.
So it's only pregnant for every 4 months. It's in heat every 3 weeks. And then, like I said, like they only have to be 5 to 6 months old before they can start producing their own babies.
So
So
basically,
it can
even
have
if
up to
you
a dozen
round up,
females.
they're kicking out a dozen, or let's say they're kicking out 10 every 6 months. That's like rounding up and down as much as you want. So yeah, you're looking at, you got to kill 20 hogs a year to make up for one sow.
Yeah, they breed like worse than rabbits.
So
And
hogs don't have
they
any like regular
anything.
rutting season. They just all year round.
Sounds like it, yeah.
Yeah, like every 3 weeks they're in heat. So like a female dog might only go into heat twice a year, but hogs are in heat every 3 weeks. So like no matter what, they're getting pregnant. You know what I mean? Like whereas a female dog, like they might not even get pregnant during one of their heat cycles, but like female hogs, like if it doesn't get pregnant that heat cycle, well, guess what? It's only got to wait 3 weeks until it gets to try again.
Right. That's why I rounded up saying, let's say they, miss it a couple times, you're still looking at every 6 months. So yeah, that's crazy. But again, and they're really good at eating shit. So that's why they just destroy everything.
Nature's garbage disposal.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it's like freaking open season for them up here in Michigan, and it's not even a problem up here. But they have that so it doesn't become a problem. Basically, as long as you have a hunting license, like you can shoot hogs. Like they changed their thing around anyways, where now you get like a base license, and that's good for small game. And then like you have to have a base license in order to buy a deer tag or a duck stamp or quail things or like whatever, like bear or whatever else you want to hunt. You have to get the base one first.
Yeah, that's the way ours is. It's like you got the small game license, and then you got your deer the deer tag, they call it. Except like some places have like a certain number of tags or whatever that you get to fill. Ours is just like you have like a daily limit, and then there's like the dove and quail, and then there's the duck stamp, and it seems like there's another one too. But you have to have that small game before you can get any of the rest of it.
Right. Yeah, and it's a change from what it used to be. So it used to be you could just go and get like a firearm deer license, or you could get an archery deer license, or you could get like, whatever other thing. And let's say, I forget how much it is, but let's say the deer license used to be $35, let's say. Well, what they changed it to now is that, the base license is $10 and then a deer tag's $25. So basically, if all you do is go firearm deer, you're still spending the same amount of money. So they didn't make it more expensive by having to get a second license.
Yeah, it's something like that here too, because if you get the whole deal, like all of it, the small game, the deer, the dove and quail, and the duck stamp, and whatever else. If you get the whole thing, it's somewhere like $65 or something for all of it.
That's not bad.
Yeah, but it's one of those things that it's like, so for the person who, if all they ever did was deer hunt anyways, well then, what the heck, it's the same. But like for me, because that's all I've ever done. Well, now that I have to get the base license, I want to go small game hunting because that's good. Like you get it once in the beginning of the year or whatever, and then you're good to go for the whole year.
Yeah.
Depending on what season. I mean, some stuff is in season year round, and some stuff is like only a certain time. But
Do you guys have like
Might as well get it
coyotes
early.
out there? Or
What's that?
do you guys have like coyotes where you're at?
Yeah.
Now, are they considered like vermin? Or are they considered you actually have to have like a small game just to be able to go after them?
You would have to have a small game license, but they are considered like a pest because I know in the past, like there's not necessarily an official season. Those also you can hunt year round. There's a certain season that you can hunt them at night, and there's also a certain time of the year that you can hunt them with dogs, and that's it. Like you can only like hunt them at night or with dogs like at a certain time, but you can just like hunt during the day year round for coyotes. But it used to be you had to own like a certain amount of property, like you had to have a farm or something, and then you'd be allowed to just like shoot as many as you want. But like a regular person couldn't just go like shoot them whenever. But now, just like the hog thing, you're allowed to, shoot them year round basically, as long as you have just any valid hunting license.
Now, you guys have to use straight walled cartridges for hunting, right?
Not up north, no. There's the state's kind of split in half. The northern part, you're allowed to use like rifles and whatever you want, and then it actually kind of zigzags. So like the lower part and like the eastern part, because it kind of steps down. It used to be called the shotgun zone, where you could only use shotguns, and they've expanded that to you can use straight walled cartridge in that zone. So now basically it's restricted firearm zone, which is straight walled or shotgun, and then any firearm zone is like the northern part.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if it's because like there's more farmlands like down south and out west that they're worried because it's like flatter land that if you miss with a rifle it's going to go further and hurt someone or something. I don't really know the thinking behind not using a rifle and having to use a straight walled or a shotgun, but I think it's something like that. They want something that doesn't go as far because it's more open and you're more likely to like I don't know hit a barn or something. Whereas up north, if you miss, you're in the middle of woods, like it's going to hit a tree eventually. You're less likely to do something. But I don't know. Because that's like Ohio and Illinois and all that. Their whole state is like straight walled only. And I know they're a lot more farmlands and a lot flatter than we are.
Yeah, well, that's true.
And so I think that has something. I think that's why they do it.
I can see the logic.
Yeah. Although allowing you to hunt from an elevated platform, like that helps too, because then you're shooting down at it, like so even if you miss, you're going into the ground like pretty soon after. But I just sit in a chair on top of a hill in the middle of the swamp. Trees all around me.
Cool.
Yeah.
Now, have you ever been deer hunting and then like saw hogs and said,
No, I've never seen a hog in the wild, not even like driving or anything. Like I said, they're really not a problem up here because our winters would drive them away, you know. So I like there's not very many out there. Now, if I did see one, I mean, if you're asking me if I'd shoot at one, Probably, because like pork's good too.
I have done that a few times down here because they're prevalent enough that you're likely to see a few hogs while you're deer hunting, especially if you're not seeing any deer. But then a huge ass hog comes out the other side of the field. It's like, oh, look, supper.
Bacon in the fryer.
Yeah, it's like when you get sent to the store to, I don't know, pick up meatballs or something, and you come back with cake. I mean, yeah, you still brought food home, You went out for something different, but yeah, you still came back with something good.
Now, Sean, how big would the hog have to be to actually get you to take a shot at it?
I don't know if it's at least a couple of 100 pounds. I mean, wild hogs don't get as big as domesticated ones generally, but I have seen some huge ones. I've seen some that probably went 500-600 pounds. But
well, those are probably hybrids too, like
they probably are. But yeah, usually if it's a couple of 100 pounds, that's a big feral hog for here anyway. I mean, I've seen some in other parts of the country, where people have taken them, and it looks like that thing's at least as big as a domestic hog. But yeah, they're generally smaller here. It may also be because of the terrain and what they eat and stuff like that too, and their numbers, because their numbers are pretty. They've gotten pretty bad here over the last decade. Not enough people killing them.
Now, have you and your boys ever just decided, or just you yourself, or get a group of people together and say, "All right, we're gonna go hog eliminating today"? I've just gone out looking for hogs.
Me and a buddy of mine, we intended to do that one time, and we kept the hogs that we killed though. I mean, we didn't kill near as many as we had set out to kill, but we still kept them anyway, because I mean, that's just a waste.
Yeah, that's good meat right there.
Yeah, hell, even if like you donate some of it or something, like if you did, let's say you killed freaking 20 hogs or whatever, and you're like, I'm not gonna eat all that. I bet you could like donate that shit.
Oh yeah. It's a little more difficult to find somewhere that'll actually take it now than it used to be, from what I understand. I haven't tried to lately, but I know that they set a lot more restrictions on it and stuff several years ago. So it's not as easy as it used to be. It used to be you could just, find a game warden and he'd point you somewhere. But now there's like all kinds of regulations and stuff that they have to go through.
Yeah, and I mean, what the hell? I'm trying to help someone out. You're not allowed to. That needs to be regulated. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I know, like, the game wardens, at least from the TV, right? So the whatever the hell that thing is, the Alaska, DNR people or whatever. You watch those TV shows. When they catch poachers and shit, when they confiscate the animals, they always donate those to like homeless shelters or food kitchens or whatever.
Yeah, they do the same thing when people hit animals, when like in a car accident.
Yeah,
and they hit a deer or something. Generally, they donate it to something. Usually they have specific places that they donate to, but they donate them when they take them from the accident scene.
yeah, and I mean that makes sense to me. So
I guess if you did kill too many of them or whatever, and couldn't find a place to donate them, you could leave them out for the hogs to come check out. And then when the hogs came, you kill more.
I know that's what my cousin does with coyote, because he'll bait them with like the gut pile from the deer or whatever when he gets a deer. And then he'll shoot the coyotes, and then he just like leaves them out there. And he said what happens is like the coyotes run off, and then they come back and start like chewing on their buddy, and he shoots another one. You know what I mean? Like he just he just leaves them out there, and more of them come in.
See, that's when you go hunting. You shoot. You got, field strip them, leave the guts and the intestines out there, go back, and then when, more hogs or coyotes come out, you do like your buddy does, and when a whole bunch of them comes out, you bust out the minigun and you just mow all those fuckers down.
Well, like I've said before, though, I don't think I could ever go coyote hunting, but that's just a personal thing. I got nothing against people who do it. I understand why they do it.
Hey, Smeggy.
Yeah.
You know when the next AK Guru chat is?
Should be on Thursday. He does them every Thursday.
Tax stamp to get it. That took a while. So overall, a couple of years. It is a pain. You get them all pretty much from you can buy them all online and get them delivered. So it takes money.
What? Why do you ask?
World War II.
Dead Horse, you still there?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm inviting a gentleman to the Guru chat who has a fucking shitload of AKs. Like, holy shit.
Well, there you go.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, you were saying you do when you got your range set up for like 25 yards of handgun all day. I got to step up my handgun game, dudes. I'm starting to lose my touch. I was shooting at 25 yards the whole time, and I was hitting the target, but I'm noticing my trigger discipline is slipped, and it's not holding the groups that I would like it to.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been that good to begin with, so I mean, I don't say that I only shoot 25 yards. I'm just saying that's the part that, like, there's no grass and stuff there. It's all just, like, open dirt, because that's, like, more range part.
I guess what I should have done is I should have just started it closer and then worked my way back. Like,
I usually start at 3 yards and then go 10 and then 25.
yeah, see, that's what I should have done. But I was just like, nah, I'll shoot 25. I got this.
That's
And
what I've heard is you should start and end like 10 yards or closer, just to kind of like build up your confidence. And then there is definitely something. I know DB swears by it. Like, there's definitely something to it, shooting 25 yards. There's people that will go and shoot at 3-4 yards all day. And if you're doing something specific, like, that's fine. Especially if you're working on your draw or you're working on this, that, or the other, that's fine. But there are other people, like, they just like hitting the target and hitting it a bunch and being like, look how awesome I am. They never test themselves. They never push themselves. You're not really going to get better that way. I mean, you might, like, you're going to get a little more muscle memory and stuff, but like, if you don't push yourself, then what's the point? So I try and go far enough back where, like, I'm missing, and then I keep doing that till I hit it, and then I move further back, and then I start missing again, and then I, tighten up my groups. And
well, okay, the 3 yards, yeah, it's more for like defensive type drills or whatever.
Yeah, that's a realistic defensive distance, because if somebody's at 25 yards, unless they're like already running at you maniacally at 25 yards away, then you're probably not going to know that they're a threat at 25 yards away.
That's just to work on your trigger and work on your sight and all that stuff.
Yeah,
and to shoot at a good distance, because that's a good long distance to shoot with a pistol, unless you're like Jerry Michalek or something.
Well, yeah, and like 3 is for the up close, good in practicing defensive techniques. 3, 7, those are like where I would shoot accelerated pairs, just pop real fast. And then like 10 and 15 and back, it's more of controlled pair. Actually, once I get past 15, it's just single shot, just bang. I'm not even trying to double tap. But at 7 and 10, you can definitely see what you're doing with your trigger by where you're hitting on your target. Because if you're presenting and you're lining up your sights and then you're hitting a low, like for me, I'm right-handed, so if I'm hitting a low left, then that means I'm anticipating and I'm pushing the gun as I'm pulling the trigger, which throws my sight off, obviously, and point of impact's going to be low left. If I'm breathing, then it's going to be more of a straight up and down line. If that's more rifle though, but you can definitely see what you're doing with your trigger control at like 3 to 7. At 15, that's when, you know, once you get your trigger control set again, 15 is where you test it, and then 25 is where you really test it, as far as I'm concerned. And I just didn't do that. I just went cold out of the box. Just, okay, target's 25 yards. Pop, 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 pop. You know, and then, like, I was hitting the target, like I said. It was like 12 by 16. Like, you know, well, a little longer. About a man-sized target. And I was hitting the target, but I wasn't hitting exactly where I was aiming. And I was like, are my sights off? And I'm like, no, that's me. Yeah, because it's so far away, we wouldn't go up and check like right after you shoot, you know? And so, like, you don't always get to see where your pattern is. So that's another thing, is you're close enough at 7 and 10 to where you can actually see where you're hitting. But at 25, you're further out, and it's a little harder to see where you're grouping. So, yeah, I didn't bother to go up close. I just said, screw it, 25, I can do this. I used to do this all the time. And I found out, hey, I'm not doing this like I used to. So, need to do a little more. Get out and start shooting more. It is a perishable skill.
Yeah, it is. Just go like, you know, 3 or 4 weeks or something without shooting when you're used to shooting like, you know, every day or every few days or something, and you go like a few weeks or a month without really shooting, and it usually it takes me at least a few rounds to get back to where I can, you know, place my shots again.
Yeah, like last time I went shooting, honestly, I think I went once in between the time that I met Smeggy and G-Webs at the range up in Lido Creek. And then I went again, this is last Saturday. So, I mean, it's sporadic, you know, very few times in a very long period, because ammunition costs money and I don't have a lot of it right now. So, but I did burn out a lot of ammo that week. I mean, I did a lot of shooting, like at least 240, about the same in 9, about 300 in my AR. Only shot about 100 through my friend's 300. You know, I did about 100 shotgun rounds through my pump, and then like various other guns and stuff.
Man, you're making me want to go up north, go shooting.
Well, you know, like I said, it happens every once in a while. I had a bunch of old ammo. I was like, this stuff's got to go. My friend's like, hey, let's go shooting. And I'm like, let's do that. So, you know, okay, my friend has extremely expensive taste. He's got a really nice 300 Blackout. And I guess the scope, the primary arms I was talking about in Matt's chat, he got that with the gun, and it has a QD scope mount on it. Well, that scope mount, Scope's primary arms, forget the name of the make of the model rifle. Nice rifle though, shoots great. When you get the scope off, because the scope mount sucks. It was a sight mark scope mount they tried to put on that primary arms, and it didn't fit. You could see where they were forcing the upper ring to hit the lower ring. You know, and it was like all sorts of variation in the gapping. And it was shearing. Like you could see it just like literally pulling itself apart and ripping. And I was like, hey, that's not good. That's probably why we're not, you know, being able to hit right. Like, because we'd get it zeroed, like, because he had a laser bore sighter. We'd zero it. We'd be on for a few rounds, and then it'd be all over the place. And I'm like, and that's when I noticed the scope mount. I'm like, yeah, yank this thing. And so we shot iron sights, and we were doing much better with it. And he was very happy. I explained that to him. I'm like, yeah, spend some money, dude, and get like a much better scope mount. I was like, wow, that's just not cool. Yeah, I was just amazed. I was like, wow, I can't believe they tried that. I mean, I really didn't even notice it until, like, I was like, why is this thing not hitting where it's at? Because we were like bracing ourselves on the back of his truck. You know, I swaddled it and got in, bang, bang, and then all of a sudden it started going all over the place. So I was like, fuck, dude, I must really suck. And I give it to him, and he does the same thing. He goes, this thing's off. And I'm like, well, let's bore sight it again. Bore sighted it, got it all clicked in, bang, bang, and then it was all over the place. So I'm like, what the? And I looked, and I'm like, oh, shit, this is what's wrong. And he was like, oh, I don't care. I'm
Wait,
like,
so the scope was moving around all inside the rings or something?
the ring mounts were improper for it. It was a cheap QD mount. It was made by Sightmark. So I mean, it was all one piece. Like the lower rings were all part of the QD mount, and then the upper rings, they didn't fit properly. So I mean,
that was your problem, because
Yeah.
a lot of companies with those QD mounts, the bottom part of the rings will be made to. I know Leopold makes one that's the whole bottom part is one piece, and then you got your top rings go on. And
well, it was a Sightmark quick,
but
thing, and it's not impressive.
it's probably the rings didn't fit right, probably. So,
Yeah, it's totally didn't.
yeah.
Like I said, they were starting to shear where the bolt holes on the upper rings, they were actually shearing. They were pulling apart. Like you could see it, like look like Wolverine took one of his claws and went, "Ding!" You know. You could see the metal, and it was cheap. You could tell, and I was just like, "That's not cool, dude." And he's like, "No, well, whatever." I'm like, "Well, it's been a
Probably
couple
made a
of
really
months."
soft aluminum.
Probably. I mean, he was shooting 300 blackout, which I guess has more recoil than.
Well, it's got a little more. I mean,
223.
it's about like 30, or like shooting an AK. I mean, it's
Well,
not
yeah,
that
that's-
much, but it's a significant more amount of jarring around than 223 is.
And also, he had his scope mounted really far forward, like he was like mounting it on the rail, on the handguard, and the top of the receiver. And I was like, that shouldn't be it either. I mean, I was wondering why I was having so much trouble getting up on it, and I looked at it. I was like, why do you have this thing set so far forward? And he goes, well, I like to really tuck it in and get down on it. And I'm like, probably not a good idea, dude. I mean, you should be either on one or on the other, not both. And I think that maybe that was also probably causing the problem. But yeah, what do I know? I've never been a scope guy.
So it was sitting so that it was straddled between the rail and the receiver.
Yeah.
Like the back was mounted on the receiver, the front was mounted on the
Yeah.
rail.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was probably causing more jarring around, just because of the fact that those two pieces tend to move independently a little bit. Even in a good tight fit, there's still a little bit of movement there.
Oh, not to mention, I mean, it's still not going to be a perfect like transition. I mean, you can get it set up to where it's like really, really close, but I don't know. I mean, so I was like, yeah. I mean, because I was popping. I mean, I got to the point. It was like I was leaning up, and I always use kind of like the brim of my hat to like hit the back of the freaking scope to give me my distance. And on this, I mean, I was there, but then like the first couple of times I shot and it recoiled, and I got a little nudge in the nose from the charging handle because it was going to recoil, so it'd come back. And I was like, I didn't like that, so I backed up, and I started to get that darkness around a little bit. So I demagnified it and it was fine. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, whatever. You know, it's his gun. I'm not going to fuck with his eye relief. And then he was like, no, go ahead. And so I pulled it back and I adjusted it. And then I was like, oh, okay, I got a good sight picture here. And, you know, we bore sighted it in and then we took a couple shots, 100 yards on steel. And then it was like, it was hitting. I'm like, all right, cool. You want to, you know, bench this thing and get it sighted in right. And he's like, nah, don't worry about it. And I'm like, okay. And then it started missing, like going all over the place again. And I'm like, that's when I said, man, I really must suck. So I give it back to him. And I didn't even notice it was attached to the forward handguard at the time. I just did the disconnect and pulled it back and then reset it. And he goes, yeah, I kind of like it like that. And he got on it and he goes, oh yeah, I like the spitter. And he was missing all over the place. So bore sighted it in again, hit steel, and it started dancing around again. And that's when I noticed that the rings were actually starting to like rip. And I was just like, yeah, that's your problem. So I don't know. But it was an interesting situation. But we still had a good time. We had to stop shooting at 500 though, because we were shooting at 500 and then like these cars pull up and they stop while we were shooting. And as soon as we stopped shooting, they pulled forward and we're like, hey, we're shooting out that way. There's nothing up there. Oh, we're going to go bouldering. Like, we're shooting. Like, well, we're just going to go up there in that valley. And I'm like, no, we're shooting firearms. Well, if you just wait till we're in that valley, I'm like, no, we're shooting guns. You can't. And they're like, well, we're going. And I'm like, and he's like, just let them go. And I'm like, whatever. So we had to drop back down to shooting at 100. We got to shoot most of the morning, so it was okay at 500. But after that, like we just went, because it was like in different directions. We just went back to shooting in the proper area. They hiked off toward the target, which was like a 90-degree difference. So they're like, all right, whatever. See you guys later. Just bouldering. Really? You're going to go bouldering right now? Bastards. Did I just kill the chat?
Guess so.
Whatever. Have you guys ever had people wanting to go bouldering while you're shooting?
No, but I've had people that come down to where I'm shooting at and been like, doing some stupid shit and like, they're wanting to do something over in that direction. Like we used to get people come down that were looking for arrowheads or, some stupid shit.
See, I don't know about you, but if I'm planning on doing something other than shooting in an area and then I pull up and people are shooting in that area, I feel like, probably not going to happen today. Let's go do something else. They were here first, I don't know. That's just a common courtesy thing, I guess. And, but I mean, we got out there super early, so I mean, by the time they showed up, we'd already been shooting for like several hours. So I guess I shouldn't complain.
Y'all seen an aircraft carrier?
What?
Y'all seen an aircraft carrier?
I've seen several of them in my life. I've seen some LHDs. Couple of
I haven't seen one lately. Did you lose one?
Yes, sir. Parked it out back last night.
You know, there's a shady character been hanging around lately. I think he might have took it.
Top Gun quotes. What the fuck, dude? Come on now.
Yeah. I haven't seen that movie in
Probably at least 10 years for me.
yeah, no shit.
I just got to the point I couldn't watch it anymore. It was just, it doesn't hold up.
You didn't want to play Goose anymore?
Yeah, I got tired of dying all the time. No, I just got where I couldn't take any more Tom Cruise. It's too Tom Cruisey.
See, I'm not the tallest man around, but anybody who's 5'4", 5'5", yeah, they get on my nerves. So he was staring at Tech Daddy, listen to him talk.
Is he really that short?
I never met him in person. All I know, one time I was making a photo, he put it there because he's like, well, Marcus Luttrell. Like, damn, dude, would they put you on a soapbox? You know, give him a hug. I was like, oh, short jokes, huh? On Facebook. How tall are you? And I was like, I'm 5'11". Regular man size, and he never said anything after that. I'm man size, 5'11". Yeah, I don't claim to be tall, but I ain't short. I'll put his 6.5s against my 11.5s any day. I never understood how can you be when you see people talk about their shoe size and like they're like upwards of, you know, approaching 6 feet and they have like a fucking size 9 foot. How can your feet be tiny?
You think they'd fall over?
I mean, I feel sorry for some of the bitches got them 13s and 13.5s and so on.
Present.
You got to pay for them extra big ass shoes, or you gotta go buy a shoe.
Actually, the 13s really aren't more expensive anymore. It's once you get past there. I mean, I usually just squeeze in when my 13s would be in the same price as the smaller ones, but yeah, you get up to 14 or greater, and you start having to pay a premium for them.
You water ski with those things, Sean?
Actually, I've never been able to barefoot ski. I've tried several times when I was younger. Never been able to do it. I can ski. I can slalom. I could. I doubt I could anymore. My knees probably wouldn't be able to take it anymore. But yeah, I've never been able to barefoot though. I've tried several times, but those people were like, "Yeah, you ought to be able to, man. You got some big ass feet."
Yeah, there's some people where I worked that we were talking about shoes or day, and he was like, he rocks like a 15 or something like that. I'm like, God damn, he's not terribly tall either.
Oh, Yankee's like what, 6'2", 6'3"?
Something like that. And he said that for the ladies. I go, hey ladies, big feet, big hands, woohoo!
Sean, how tall are you again?
I'm 6'2".
Yeah. See, I'm like 5'10"-ish. A little bit of, like, depending on the day, I'm 5'10" or I'm 5'11". Freaking, I just got 10.5s, man. 10.5 extra wides. So, I don't know, man.
See, my license, I got mine, when I was 18, but I was wearing boots. I used to wear boots all the time when I was, a teenager. And so I I think when people say you're not 5'11", you're like 5'10", I'm like, fuck, I don't know. That's all I remember. I wore boots when I fucking got my license, and they carry it on. I wasn't wearing stilettos. But I remember it was to be short because I remember I was a freshman in high school. I was like 4'7", and I stretched out to 5. I was like 4'7", 4'8", and stretched out to 5'11" the next year over the summer. Stretched over a foot in less than a year.
I never had no growth spurts like that. I went from like 4'9" to like 5'4" to where I'm at now.
No, I was a little pudgy. You know, I was in shape when I was like in seventh grade, and then I stopped competing and stopped getting into sports and got pudgy, and then fucking do you remember my sophomore year? I just stretched out, and people were like, "Did you like it on a diet or something?" No, I just fucking stretched out, and it was. I remember people saying they had growing pains, you know, and that's where that term comes from. Is like you stretch so quick, your body hurts. And I don't recall that. And then I went on a revenge tour of all the people that picked on me when I was that short that year. And the bad thing was I caught a couple people when I was really drunk and I mistook them for somebody else. Oh. You motherfucker, you ready to pick your mouth a little? It's not him. No, it is.
Yeah, when you're drunk, you're sure. Nobody can change your mind.
I was dead certain, let me tell you. And yeah, that's not him, dude. And you know, by that time I wasn't 5'11" anymore. I was fucking 6'8". Like a liquor.
Oh shit, that strike popped in. Oh, he's probably still playing video games.
Nah. I just don't have anything to say about the topic.
Oh, okay.
You ever step on your picker?
What?
Never mind. Exclusive club, I guess.
I didn't even hear you, so whatever.
Ooh, it's cold. It's down in the 40s tonight.
Just the 40s?
It's cold enough, man. When you're like, you know, a couple of days ago it was like what 80, high of 86. And then it's gonna, and by Friday it's gonna sweeten up to like, you know, mid 70s again.
Shit, we were like 70s, 80s today, and we're supposed to get like rain tomorrow night. Like they're saying 4 inches, but they're saying up to 8.
All right, it's getting down to the 30s tonight.
Fucking Southern California, dude. I mean, it's, you know, why don't people wear jackets? You know, and so I went there and like, yeah, after like 6 or 7 o'clock, it starts to cool off. It gets cold, and then, you know, it's so blanket weather in the evening. When I was there, and it was 96, and you know, sunny all fucking day, shorts, and then they left the windows open. I was in Mission Viejo, Southern California, and shit, it got so cold you were covering up with the blanket in the evening. That fucking dog was growling at me because I was snoring. Fucking. What else going on? Anything new? News? I got a bite on my rifle. This is gonna buy it by Friday.
What were you gonna buy on Friday?
Now I'm selling one of my rifles. My first ever build. Put it out for sale today. Within like 30 minutes, I got a guy said, hey, local guy who wants it. I'm like, all right, cool. So for Friday, I can get that on my inventory. Pay off some I need to pay off. Blow up dolls aren't cheap anymore. Especially what I paid for dinner last night. Shit, fucking $100. Go out to fucking eat.
It's almost commonplace now.
Yeah, it was good and all, but shit. I mean, I saw I talked to people who work there like shit. We just stayed home and cooked some steaks. Good fucking idea. I would have spent $40 on some prime fucking steaks and grilled them. Would have been a much more enjoyable dinner than Spain. You know, it was cool and all, but it was, you know, to get out there and do it. But shit, I had to take my little girl with us. On the match chat to go, I didn't follow it or let do.
It was kind of a dud tonight.
Well, the
It was
Walking Dead wasn't that interesting the other day, realistically. Just
no, we did that. We did that on Monday. We didn't do that on tonight. Tonight was supposed to be politics, and we talked shit about California as usual and their stupidity, and then we talked about.
Remember, I didn't bring it up first. Matt brought it up first this time.
Yeah. I don't care. I mean, it is stupid out here. I mean, I was the one that actually brought up California specifically. So you know, can't be mad at anybody.
I wasn't intentionally trying to give California shit this time.
Yeah, whatever. It's cool. I ain't stressed.
it's like wearing the green shirt on Thursdays back in the 80s. You're just asking for it.
Freaking yeah, it's 59 here in California right now.
Alifas.
Down here in SoCal near my area. 57% humidity, so yeah, we're probably gonna get some more rain tonight. We have flash flood warnings going on.
Who's the governor of California now?
It's still Jerry Brown. He's still the freaking charge.
Is he a Republican or Democrat?
He's a Democrat. Just
Like,
like
where they
the
recall
supermajority. Just
Do
like
they
the
even
super-
have Republicans in
well, they
the
had
California government?
Schwarzenegger.
there are.
Schwarzenegger was a Republican.
Nah, he's more of a rhino.
Yeah, well, I mean, we do have a few, but not many.
California. I love it. Especially my friend. Nice strike. And Sean.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was an okay chat. I mean, it wasn't one of his better ones. We didn't do a top 5, so there wasn't a lot of arguing.
No, they were still arguing.
Not much.
It's match
Like-
chat. There's at least some arguing going on.
Like when the guy asked about the HS 2000. He's like, sorry, just trying to start shit. So I started shit. I thought maybe it'd go further, but Matt didn't bite.
You go back like 3 or 4 years ago, man. You're like,
He
fuck
saw
you-
that coming from a
Matt
mile
always
away.
has the same exact response to that, though. He always just goes on his little rant about, they don't make those guns here. they don't make those guns here. Those are pieces of shit because they're not made here. I mean,
Well, no, they say they're made here and they're not even made here. Like, get over it.
The only grief I got against
I was just trying to
Oh,
rile
you
Matt
mean
up.
like a
That didn't work.
Maverick 88?
Oh no, we brought that up too. That didn't go nowhere.
It says that it's made here, but like all the internals are made in Mexico. Yeah.
they're assembled in El Paso.
And all the internals
I
are
had to jump
men.
into YouTube and save that fucking kid from making a horrible decision. And luckily, I was able to talk to him on the YouTube side and told him, "Hey, don't listen to fucking Matt. He's a dumbass that doesn't know what the fuck a good gun is if it bit him in the ass. Take it from someone that owns both guns. That the Maverick 88's a piece of shit."
He also has an IO Inc.
And then I also told
AK-47.
him, everything I say is fact, and you can validate it by going and doing any little bit of fucking research.
do the Mavericks have do they have double action rails on them now, or do they still just have one? Because they used to just have one. You could replace them with the one from the Mossberg so that it had two.
No, it has
Remington-
to.
Yeah,
sorry, go
but
ahead.
used to the old ones used to just have the one.
Oh yeah,
But they would accept the both of them because they had the parts in there for both of them. It's just for some reason they decided to save $1.50 by not welding that rod on the other side, so that it only had one action.
But
fix that. They
it's
fix
the
that.
metal
Stuff.
parts, or the metal that they're getting to assemble. The parts, there's a different quality than Mossberg 500.
Yeah, because they're made in fucking Mexico and they're MIM and they're not heat treated. You know how I know? Because I pulled the fucking extractor out of the fucking 88 and took a file to it and it melted like butter. So it's not even near the quality of a fucking real Mossberg.
The best, the Remington 870 Express also was only had one arm as well for the longest time. And that was
I think you're wrong on that one there.
The Express did, yeah.
the
The
Express.
that's the cheap one. That
yeah,
they
no.
were also like
How far back are you guys talking? Because back in the 80s, when my boy Brad bought his,
Like-
it had two arms.
90s, early 2000s or something when they changed it.
My research is like from when I got in guns around 2010 that I've heard that was a big difference with the 870 Express. People used to say the Mossberg 500 is better because it had two arms on the magazine well or whatever the fucking versus the 870, and that was one of the selling points.
I'm pretty sure you guys got that backward because, like I said, my boy Brad bought his shotgun in '89. It was an 870 Express. He got it at Kmart for like $200, and it had two arms.
One of the cheap.
I know at least up until the late 90s, the Express model had only one arm on it. And it also, there was some other things that were different about it than the other, than just a straight 870, because they were made to be a lot cheaper. And that's why.
Well,
Because
I understand
their
it, but my
finish
boy
wasn't
Brad
as
got
good.
his in '89, and it had two arms.
In 89,
Yeah.
they
I'm-
put
I'm-
the other handguard on, or the other forend on it then, because that's the only
Also,
difference.
He bought it brand new.
No, I'm saying that when they assembled it, they put the other forend on it. That used to happen a lot, especially with Kmart and Walmart, because their quality control was not as good if it's going to that market. Which I'm under the impression that it's still that way, because I see a lot of stuff that like when you go to Walmart, you start looking over the gun, you see a lot of blemishes and shit on like especially on stocks and stuff that you wouldn't see on
Like a Marlin too.
So you're saying they
Well,
get one-offs pretty much?
pretty much. I mean, it's like anything else at Walmart. It's all like basically second quality stuff. It's not first quality. That's why you're getting it for that price.
The best
that's true.
expensive shotgun I think I saw, in my opinion, I never shot one, but the research that I followed on it was the H&R Partner, which is an 870 Express clone. It was like less than $200, like 160 to 180 bucks. You can spend them at Dick's. They were pretty much on par, and most of the parts also were exchangeable. You could
Nah, that's like, well, at least not the stocks. The stocks on those, they didn't match up.
what I saw, they were decent for the money. Again, I never won one, never got one, but I heard there were some issues with them because the tang on the back of them was it wasn't rounded; it was more of a curve. But yeah, I hear you. But those are pretty popular shotguns.
Oh yeah, freaking, because they were so cheap. I think one of the nicest like pumps I got to shoot would be an 870 Wingmaster. Those things are fucking sweet.
I have a Mossberg 500 Persuader 7+1 that I tacked out a little bit. I originally, because I didn't have a casting nut tool when I put that Knox recoil releasing stock on it. I didn't put the Knox forearm or forend deal on it, but because I really honestly, I do like those old school police ones with those. I don't know what the name of it for those classic style grip on it. There's a specific name that they have for that style of grip.
The wood with the checker?
No, just that old kind of like where it's divoted, so like your fingers just grab onto it real thick, like the old police the shotguns.
Are you talking about it looks like they got like
ripples?
Ripples? Oh, I know about, like, my Winchester had like the lines in the wood cut into the wood all the way to the end.
Like if you ever look at old Ithaca shotguns or the ones police used to carry in the cruisers, they always had that nice steady grip you can get on there that's engraved in the wood or the polymer. It's so you just get a good purchase on it.
I don't know. I got a Hogue I got a Hogue forend on mine, and it's the shorter freaking, I guess, rubberized one. I think fucking is tits. I love that thing.
It's 10 times better than that crap that comes on it. If you get like a Persuader or one of the convertibles or any of the others that come with that little, because that one that comes with it is too straight for one thing, and then it's got the way that the swivel mounts on the side of it there. It's like, let's put this thing here so it can rip your thumb off when you shoot buckshot. But if you change it out with that Hogue, the Hogue, it comes off like a natural grip angle, and it changes the grip angle slightly, and then you get better purchase on it. Plus, it doesn't have that big ass bolt sticking out the side with the swivel attached to it that hurts like hell when you shoot something heavy.
I know what you're talking about. Mine actually, like, I left the wood stock on my Winchester though, because I wanted to leave the wood, but when I put the side saddle on it, the wood forend wouldn't go back all the way. I knew this before I put it on, so I had to change out the forend, and that's where that's the Hogue on there. But on my old 870, I had a Hogue stock on it. I think that's fucking awesome.
See, my buddy sold me his that Mossberg Persuader I have, and had the polymer stock with that pad that was nothing, dude. Even shooting, I remember people said, you just got to tuck it real tight in the pocket and it'll stop hurting, or you'll get used to it. I could shoot birdshot all fucking day, and that thing stung like a motherfucker with that polymer stock it had on it, on the Persuader. Now, I was watching videos, and I got into I followed the Knox or the Black Hawk, whatever it was, and I ended up buying the Knox recoil releasing stock, and I liked it. Yeah,
the Knox are great, dude. I mean, they're great, but I don't like a pistol grip on my shotgun, even if I do have a regular full-size stock. I found this out when I got the Speed Feed pistol grip stock for my 870. This was right before I put the Hogue on there, and I literally shot until lunch in the general shotgun class like that. And on lunch, I went down to the Turners and I got the Hogue stock for it. I put that on, and I finished off the next day and a half with the Hogue stock, and I was just way more impressed with it.
I've seen a couple. Mako used to make one. They make furniture and other accessories, and then I like the Magpul. The Magpul furniture looks really cool, but I haven't shot anybody's 870 or Mossberg with it, and I wonder if that not only does it look cool, is it functional, and then actually you can follow up your shots and it doesn't hurt that much.
Well, you're gonna get some kind of recoil when you're shooting 12 gauge.
Sure, I understand that, but is it manageable?
I've never shot a Magpul. Have I? Let me think on that. Anyway, if I did, it wasn't memorable, so it wasn't too good or too bad.
I think a lot of people jumped on the Magpul bandwagon because it looked cool. It did make your shotgun kind of a traditional look with a little tech on it, tech side, make it look cool and add some color to it if you want to go, black dark earth or black or OD green or whatever, and so on.
Just buy Hogue, man. Fucking, I've always been an advocate for Hogue. Like back in the day when everybody was touting Pachmayr, I was like, fuck that, give me Hogue any day.
I've always liked Hogue over Pachmayr. If that's if those are my options. I mean, my old Ruger P89, I had the Pachmayr grip on it, and I took that shit off and put the Hogue on there.
My 85 still has the same Hogues I put on it when actually the same Hogues that my friend put on it.
And
when he got it.
My P226, I changed the grips out on it and put the Hogues on there they're real similar to the ones that I had on my P89 because they wrap around the same way. I mean that just it's like butter. It's just the grip wasn't that bad on the 226. It's got a decent grip on it, but I like the change that wraparound grip. It just makes it so much better.
Oh fuck yeah! I mean, okay, that's actually one of the first changes I did to any of my handguns for a long time. Was I got the Hogue wraparound, especially 1911s. For some reason, those Hogue wraparounds on a 1911 just fit like a glove. Just like so much more controllability for them.
Yeah, they do. I always like having the look of a grip on a 1911 though, so I always end up going back to the panels.
I had a Pierce on my Paraordnance P13, but and I like those to an extent, but they started getting a little flimsy after like 4 or 5 years of use. But I like Pachmayr to look in the past compared to Hogue, because I thought Hogue always looked cheap, but the Hogue has come a long way, in my opinion, to where they're not making cheap looking grips like on my model Smith & Wesson model 19-3 stub nose, my 3-inch.
Are you talking about the revolver grips?
Yeah.
Because I know they've always done good wood grips. I've always liked the way their wood
now,
grips.
Now, Pachmayr's grips they have with the combo, like where they have the wood inserts in them and stuff. Now those are just works of art. Some of them are, because they always have beautiful wood in the little inserts that they put in there. So that's kind of a completely different animal there. But it also gives the gun a completely different feel than just a rubber grip does.
I put some. I had the revolver, and I got it from a friend of mine's stepmom or mom. When I got that revolver, that she traded me for some business. That one had Pachmayrs on it, and then smaller Pachmayr. But then I always wanted a Pachmayr with the finger grooves, and I put it on there. The only thing about it is that it's a snubby, and that those Pachmayr grips with the finger grooves make it really big, to where those are more designed for a full size revolver that you're not probably going to carry as much, or if you're going to carry, you're not going to carry inside the waistband and so on. But I do like the way it feels. But the Pachmayr's the rubber to use is very hard on revolvers compared to Hogue from there. Said Hogue has a much softer.
The rubber is a lot harder than the rubber on freaking semi-autos too. The best revolver grips I've ever had in my hand came from a Rossi. I had my little Rossi 357 Snuggie, the Model 461. I just had the best rubber grips on them of any gun I've ever held. I swear to God, I don't know why. Cheap ass gun, great grips. Somebody needs to go steal that idea from them and fucking market them. It's fucking awesome.
Oh yeah, I remember the way those grips were done. You talking about the ones that came on it? If it came with the rubber grips?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
those did.
little
It was like, I always thought that Hogue made those grips. I never looked up who made them for them or anything, but I always thought Hogue made them because they felt a lot like a Hogue grip. They could be even softer, but I mean, it was almost squishy, you know, like the Hogue grips. Because Hogue grips have that almost squishy feel to them.
I mean, and it wrapped all the way around the grip compared to like some of the older Smith & Wessons where the steel backstrap was still showing. I'm breaking up.
Yeah, you got a little roboting going on.
Shit. Hold on.
Yeah, but I just had to think it was Packmeyer, and I finally got those Packmeyer grips that were solid, the ones. But I'm probably getting. They look cool, but I'm probably gonna end up getting those Hogue ones for it, or some custom wood ones for that little snub nose. That's a classic, man. It's a old school firearm. It was built in '69, pin barrel, and recessed cylinder. Really great revolver.
Testes, 1, 2, testes, 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Chin nuts, sir. I got you.
All right. Cool. Those grips, the way on the Rossi, they wrapped all the way around. So when you fired it, when you fired a full 357 Magnum load out of that little gun, it did have some weight, so that helped mitigate some of the recoil. But because of that, you didn't get that freaking that sting in the
that backstrap punch in the palm of your hand.
Yeah. So I don't know why Rossi hasn't made or Taurus hasn't stolen that idea and put it on their guns because they import them and it's all through Brostech. Or two, why somebody else hasn't picked up on it and at least bought the idea from fucking Rossi and done the same thing. It's fucking phenomenal.
My question to Rossi, Taurus, Brostech is when the fuck are you going to start bringing some more 357 lever actions in?
Yeah, no shit. Those actually
has been sold out for like 6 months.
Dude, it's because for the price you're getting a fucking pretty much it's a Winchester clone, but the action on it is Marlin smooth, if not smoother.
Well, to tell you the truth, I haven't been able to find anything in stock anywhere in probably 6 months or so as far as 357 lever actions, except the Henrys, and I don't like the way the Henry loads.
Freaking I don't know. Have you gone to
loading it like a freaking 22?
Yeah. Have you gone to cowboy action shooter websites?
Yeah, I've gone. Are they weird? I can find some really expensive ones, that are like even more than the Henrys, because the Henrys are like 7 something, and then you go from there. You just go up. The Cimarrons are like 1100, and then there's some other
Uberti
brand Taylor. I don't know if Taylor and Company. They're like 1250 or something.
Well, you're right. Those old Rossi 357s, those things were gone as soon as they hit the market because.
Well, I had one when
they were cheap.
when they first started selling those back in, what was it? Well, it may have not been when they first time I saw them anyway, was like 94, 95, something like that when I first saw them. And I got one of them. And I had it for a couple of years and I sold it. And then a few years ago, I started wanting to look for another one. And I found one, but a friend of mine bought it. So we couldn't find another one. The shop didn't have any more. They couldn't get any more because they quit dealing with that distributor. So they weren't getting them anymore. And then so I've been having Daryl try to find me one. He can't find one from any of the distributors that he deals with, but all he can get is the Henrys. I want the Henry. I mean, I like Henry. I don't want that one because I don't like the way it loads.
Yeah, you don't the old Model 60 style loading.
Yeah,
pull the whole magazine to in or out, drop them in. Yeah, I've always liked my Marlin in 44. I love that gun. But
I wish I could
it
find the Marlin, but what Marlin makes like one model of 357, and according to some stuff, it says that they don't make it anymore. It's still listed on their website, but I've seen some listings that say it's discontinued.
I think they made a couple variants for a while, and they probably are discontinued now since they got.
Well, there's only one that's a carbine. I want the short one. I don't want the long one.
Well, yeah, with the octagon barrel. Again, the octagon barrel was another popular one for cowboy action shooting.
Yeah, I just want the short one. I don't care if it's octagon barrel or not. I just want the short one, the little short, carbine for like a brush gun.
Oh yeah, that would be, man. I'd love to find one of those Rossies, man. I almost got one early 2000s. I think it was 2001, 2002 or whatever. I had one. It was like blued, and it had like, I don't know what kind of wood, but it was obviously not native to the United States that I know of anyway. But it was a really dark wood, and it had like a red tinge to it. It just was sweet as fuck. And it was only like $350. And I was like, oh. And my friend's like, yeah. Oh, and by the way, I just got this Carlos Hathcock in too, and it just totally took my attention away from it. and I was looking to get the Carlos Hathcock White Feather, and then so I ended up putting money down on the Carlos Hathcock, and then that's when my friend's ex fucking jacked all my money from my bank. Fucking did the fucking identity theft shit on me. I was livid. I was like, crap. Now that gun is.
Yeah, it's like gold.
Yeah. And then even the Rossi, man, jam. If I could have just got the Rossi and kept it, that would have been sick.
Yeah, every now and then, I've seen them every once in a while. I'll see one on Gunbroker, and it'll go for like 3 times as much as they sell for very quickly. And
they only made a certain amount.
You don't see any 357s very much on there. Well, from what I understand, they make them in like in lots, and it's like they only make one lot per year or something, or that they make like so many in these lots. And I don't know if it's like once a year, twice a year, or what, but they only make so many of them, and then that's all they get for a while, and they sell out almost immediately.
And it's just a damn shame too. They would make so much more money up here if they were to freaking just produce them and set them up. Freaking, I guess you could call and ask them when they're going to do their next lot and see if you can get it like an advance buy on it or something. Then you'd probably be waiting forever.
Yeah.
Of course, if you did that and you got it, you'd probably be less inclined to let it go.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, I'm less inclined to let things go now anyway, just because of the fact of things that I've sold before and then been like, I'll just pick up another one, in 6 months or a year. And then, no, there is no other one.
Yeah. And the famous, oh, I'll just get it later. It'll be around. I don't know, man. It seems like whenever you say, or whenever I say that, I can't speak for anybody else, but whenever it's like, oh, I'll get that one later, and then I go back, it's no longer available.
Yeah. And
Or it is
does-
available.
yeah, it's
available
like
for almost double the
it's
price.
like if I need a little money or something, and it's like, well, I could sell that because I can always buy another one of those. They're inexpensive or whatever, and then it turns out that no, it's not anymore. And then or it's like somebody wants to trade you something, and it's a good trade, and you're like, okay, yeah, I'll just go pick up another one, and yeah, you can't. It's like by the time you decide to go do it again, you know.
You figure I'd learn too, because like if that ever came up, and I'd be like, maybe I should look into this and see if there are any more available and what kind of prices they're running for to see if this really is a good deal.
Well, sometimes it'll be
No, I
like
never
at the
learned.
time that you're doing the trade or whatever, they are still available, but then you don't immediately go get another one. So you just wait around a while, and then one day you're like, I think I want to replace that gun I got rid of, but then they're not available anymore.
Never get rid of a gun ever. That's my
That-
plan.
It's a good plan to have, and I hope you can stick to it. I hope you can stick to it.
I have so far.
Good luck.
Although, actually, I gotta say, there's probably already 2 guns that I'm not, like I said, I'm not looking to get rid of or anything, but if I did for some reason, I probably wouldn't miss. I mean, my Ruger American 30-06, it's nothing special. So for some reason, I got rid of it and got, like, a better bolt gun. Like, if I traded up or something, I don't see me wanting to get that back.
I kind of like the Americans. I've
Oh,
thought about
there's nothing
getting
wrong.
one.
I like it, definitely. I'm just thinking, it's obviously not like the best bolt gun in the world, and you never know if I get something better. Like, PBR's got me convinced I need a Tikka or some
I
other.
was just gonna say a Tikka.
Have you
Iowa.
seen that? Have you seen that? I remember one chat where PBR was like, somebody was talking about an entry level bolt gun, and PBR was talking about Tikka, and Matt said how it's like, dude, have you seen how much these things cost? That's not entry level. I mean, they're
They
good
used to
guns,
Seiko.
but Tikkas
Well,
are
Howas are
what?
built by Seiko, right? And then Howas are actually, I consider those entry level because you can get those for sub $500 brand new for the base model
Oh
Howas.
shit! The cheapest ones
1500.
I've seen are like $600-800.
Yeah, no, the base model Howas that are like 1500. The 1500 series, I believe, is what they're called. Don't quote me on that, but like here, brand new, like $489 and stuff on sale, like sub $500. Yeah.
Oh,
They don't
I
come with
haven't
a
seen them
scope
at a
or
lot of
anything like
places,
that.
but
There's no bells and whistles.
but I also haven't really sought them out. But when I see them, it's always the higher end models, I guess, because they're always like $600-800 with some of them. They're
Or
getting
they
up
might
into
have wood, or
thousands.
the ones you're looking at might have wood, or
Oh yeah, they
their
do have
features.
wood stocks. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
if the
talking
ones
just
you're
the
talking about is
base model,
synthetic.
like poly Howas are like 480, and they're still a great
Oh, okay.
fucking gun for the money, dude. Like they're still a great gun for the money.
Well, that's not a bad price there. I mean, shit, it's the the Americans start at close to 4. The that thing that Mossberg makes is it's around there, and then the Axis is like 250 or some shit. That piece
Depends
of crap
on
that
caliber.
Savage makes.
250 to 350 depending on caliber, and the Savage is still the one to beat though, because for the price and the accuracy you get out of the Axis.
Well, it's got a good trigger out of the box for one thing, because that
Oh, yeah.
it's got that same AccuTrigger. So
It's like James Jagger said, no magic, just excellence in the fundamentals. And yes, I quoted James Jagger. Of course, he was talking about their AR, so I don't know. But I like Savage. I like Savage arms.
One thing about Savage is they have always made an accurate rifle. It doesn't matter what model. I've never had a Savage that wasn't accurate right out of the box.
I remember when
really
I remember when the 110s used to be about the price that the Axis is now. For like their standard like hunter model, you could still get the higher end, the bull barrels and all that shit, but the standard like the hunter model was like 290, 300, something like that. And when I bought mine, the one I had back in, I think it was late 80s when I got it, I think. My dad gave it to me for Christmas one year, and I want to think it was late 80s. It was a 243, and I hunted with that gun for a long time. And I eventually got rid of it because I didn't ever use it anymore, so I sold it. Wish I still had it, man. I love that gun.
Smeggy, are you paying attention? Every time we say we've sold a gun, we're going, damn, I wish I still had it. So hopefully that strengthens your resolve.
Oh, I know, dude. I'm also a very sentimental person. So I find connection with stuff that, I don't know, I probably shouldn't. But yeah, I'd go back and be like, oh man, that was first bolt action rifle I ever bought. Or, oh, that was the first, or that was the fourth bolt action rifle I ever bought. And, that was the one that I used on the so-and-so or whatever. Like that's, yeah, I don't plan on getting rid of anything. I hope I don't ever have to.
Yeah, me too. I mean, my godfather, my dad's best friend, he's a Savage guy. He's got, of course, my dad and him, they shoot rimfire. He's got 22s and 17s, Savages, and my dad's CZ. Same thing with CZ. And
that's the one I want, a CZ rifle for sure. I do not see them in stores.
They're both excellent, dude. You can't go wrong with either one.
I know Dead Horse will back me up on this, that CZ rimfire is like magic.
The 452 and 455, oh my fucking god, yeah, right out of the box they are magic.
My dad's got I think it's the 452 Deluxe and 22, and I think it's the same gun in 17 HMR. It might be a 457 or something, whatever I don't know the variation of the number.
I'll give him $50 for it.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. My dad just spent like $400 on a scope for his 17 HMR, so it's not.
He can keep the scope.
No, because he
I'll
loves
give him
that
$50
gun.
For the rifle. He can keep the scope. That's okay.
He loves that gun, dude. He loves actually both of them. Like I said, between
where the hell did he find them?
Turner's. No. He got his 22 at Turner's out here. You can order online, by the way, in case you're wondering. And then he found the other one online and had it shipped out to the same FFL I got my AR lower set to.
I think Sportsman's Guide has CZ rifles every now and then. I don't think they have them like all the time, but they have them. I've seen them on there before, and you can have those shipped to whatever FFL you want.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I can find them online and stuff. I just was mentioning that I don't see them in stores. Like something about
don't see them in stores
something
either.
about long
there
guns. I don't
here.
feel like shipping to an FFL if I don't have to.
There was a place here that had them for a little bit, but I guess they didn't sell enough of them or something because they don't have them anymore.
Just go to your local brick and mortar and have them order one for you.
Yeah. More for it though for special order than you would if you went somewhere that kept them in stock, because then they're able to give a lower price because of their bulk. They're able to order in bulk.
My local brick and mortar doesn't really have that many guns to begin with. Like they're a range, they make way more money on the range, and they're like, oh yeah, and we happen to sell guns too, kind of. And then the other one that has way more stuff, like if it's from a store. Both these are ranges and stores, So the other one that's also a store, like they got the one dude in there who's a jackass, and they don't order crap for anyone. They're just like, nah, you don't need it. Because that's what they did with that CZ when I was like, well, is there any way you could help me find one or whatever? Like this was before, like I said, I didn't really want to like buy something online. I didn't know where to have it shipped and all that stuff. It was like the first gun I was buying, really. And I was like, well, can you like check your distributors and see if you can get one or whatever? He's like, no. And I was like, you just don't want to or you can't? Or he's like, no, you want this one. This is the one we have. And I said, okay, have a nice day. Because that's the thing. They were trying to sell me the polymer one. I was like, I don't want the polymer one. I want the metal one. He goes, no, you don't. You want this one. And I was like, you're a jackass.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you got to have like a pawn shop or something near you that does FFL transfers.
Well, I got a dude who does FFL transfers in his basement.
Doesn't have it shipped to him. It's the same thing.
I know. I'm just saying.
I know you want to support your local places, but if your local places are saying go fuck off, then
Well, no, that's not the problem. There's something about long guns. Like I like going into like a Gander Mountain or Cabela's or something and be getting my hands on it. Like that's the thing. Like not that I don't trust that it's a good rifle, but I've never even held a CZ rifle before, and now I'm gonna.
I would definitely go somewhere.
Like what the hell? Like
I would definitely go to somewhere that's got them, even if it's like 10 times as expensive or something. Definitely go somewhere and put your hands on it, so you know that's what you want.
And 10 times more expensive than sure, I'll just order it. But $20 more, I can walk out of the store right this second, or I can look on the internet for a week and find something and have it shipped or whatever. Yeah.
Well, you always gotta figure that you got to figure in what it's going to cost, the shipping, and then whatever the FFL fee is going to be, and all that stuff. People often forget to include that when they tell people. I know this a lot with people who do videos on stuff and then tell you how much they spend on things. They always leave the shipping costs and any other fees out of that. And then, when you go actually looking stuff up, it's like, lied to me. This shit's costing a lot more than he said it did.
The way I look at it is, if you look at the online price, you're like, oh, this is $300. All right, then that's $350 out the door. At least my dude, he charges $25 for a transfer. And I figure shipping's normally like in the teens to 20 something.
Yeah, probably no more than $25, I would think. But a lot of places have like a flat rate for guns. It's like, so much for pistols, so much for long guns. So, they have like a price for each one of them. So, it doesn't really matter. You're going to pay this much to have this rifle shipped.
Right. And that's, so the only thing getting online versus getting in, a local store or whatever is your taxes, and that might actually add up quite a bit,
Yeah, it depends on what your local sales tax is.
Yeah. I mean, ours in Michigan's 6%, but then there's like a gun tax on top of that or something. Isn't that federal though? I guess that's probably just wrapped up into the price of the gun.
I don't know. We pay sales tax out here and then registration. So it's like you to pay $35, depending on where you go. The average is like $35 to register your firearm. That includes, your 4473 and your background check and your DROs. And then you pay sales tax on the combined price of the gun and the background check.
Oh, that sucks. You have to pay taxes on your infringement.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, you gotta figure, okay, tax and registration, or gun registration and then tax on top of that, and that's what's gonna cost you OTD.
Yeah, but if you buy the gun online from out of state, then you're not paying tax on the price of the gun.
Well, it depends if it's one of those things that do the internet sales tax or whatever.
Right.
So, like, I like the only firearm I bought was my Arrow Lower online. It's the only one I bought. So all my other
I've bought a
firearms have
couple.
been bought up close and personal. I actually got because I'm like you, and it doesn't matter what it is. I generally just like to put a firearm in my hand and get the feel of it, and that's kind of what makes me decide whether I want to buy it or not. Because if I like the way it feels and it lines up good for me, it's easy for me to find the sights on it. I'm not like looking around all over the place and cocking my hand in strange directions. If it feels good in my hand, then I know I'm going to be able to manipulate it well. So that's the sales.
That's what she said.
Of course.
Yep. Got to fit those finger grooves.
Yep. That's like actually one of the things I tell everybody is like anybody who comes to me looking to buy a gun, go down to like a indoor gun range that rents firearms and put a bunch of different guns in your hands. Find the ones that are comfortable, shoot those. If you like them, buy it. Buy the one you like the most.
Yeah. So anyways, going back to the rifle thing, I think at some point I probably will own a CZ rifle.
Well, okay, my dad, like I said, my dad went into the store to get the CZ and 22 long rifle. And when he found out the 17 HMR is virtually the exact same gun, just rechambered, he was like, oh, I'll get that one. And he could just order it. He just knew that since it's the same gun and he already likes his 22, then he just was like, yeah, okay, I'll order that one online. So I hope you find a CZ soon there, Smegs.
Yeah, well, it's not at the top of my list of things to get, but
well, okay, you got a Cabela's around you or a Dick's or any kind of like major box store?
Yeah.
Go talk to them. Generally, even if they don't have it in stock, they can get it. They've got it at another store someplace or whatever, and they can have it transferred. And then, then he can at least go, yeah, okay, I'll buy this. Oh, no, I don't like it. Never mind. And you walk away. It doesn't cost anybody any money except for them. But if you do like it, you got it.
Yeah. What I'm hoping for is Gander Mountain will get a whole shipment of them and then go out of business. And I'll get them for 70% off.
Yeah, it's probably not going to happen.
Well, did you hear though? Like Gander Mountain might be going out completely.
Oh, really?
They're preparing to file bankruptcy, which I know doesn't always mean closing. Sometimes it's just consolidating debt and shit. But I know they've been closing stores because someone told me that I don't know, a couple months ago. So I was out of town. I was in Ohio, and this guy's like, yeah, Gander Mountain's closing. Like, there's one down the street. It's like the next exit down or whatever. It's like a lot of stuff on sale. I was like, oh, cool. Like, if I get some time off, I'll check it out or whatever. Ended up not because, I worked a bunch. And by the time you're done working, I just want to eat some dinner, hit the hotel room, and go to bed, But, so then I got home and I looked it up and stuff. And it's like they were closed and it seemed like, I don't know, 2 or 3 stores per state. It wasn't that big of a deal. And none that were local to me were closing. Oh, they're not going out of business. They're just closing a handful of stores. Whatever. Maybe those markets were crappy markets. And then I saw something, I think it was earlier this week, that was Gander Mountain's preparing for bankruptcy. And I was like, oh, well, there is one pretty local to me. Maybe I'll check that out if they start closing that one.
And are they?
I haven't seen that they're closing that store yet. No.
In Sports Authority, I remember when they closed down, people were jumping on that because they were clearing out their inventory.
Yep.
Do you think maybe they're just losing business to freaking Cabela's and Bass Pro and all that shit?
Probably.
I don't know. I
But,
know that the sports authority that was in wherever the hell it was, it closed down. The one that was closest to me, they closed that. This one closed like a couple of years before that all happened, and it was because all of the others that weren't already in the state had moved into the state, and I guess they couldn't sustain that store there anymore, so they closed it down, which has happened to quite a few places like that when the others start moving in. You know, like when Cabela's and Gander Mountain moved in, Bass Pro almost went under, but then they were able to handle it though.
which is funny that now
business went down
Bass
so
Pro
much.
shop
Well, see,
back
they were the
to
only
Cabela's.
they were the only one though. See, and especially there was not one in that town. So, you know, when they came to that town, not just in the area, but they came to that town, it cut into their business big time.
Yeah, and that's where I was saying, like, I can understand when individual stores close. It could be because of, you know, bad market or, you know, competition in that local area, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything for the health of the overall company.
Yeah.
This new news story sounds like it's the whole overall company of Gander Mountain is going into bankruptcy. So it might be they'll close all the stores, or maybe they'll get bought up by someone at a cheap price and, you know, whatever.
Well, whatever major box store you don't have in your area, they might buy it up. Or it could be like Cabela's decides, you know, screw it, we're going to buy it and make it part of our chain, and then we just shut it down.
Cabela's actually did that with another company years and years ago. I don't remember which one it was. It's I think they still have that. I think they still own the brand and like sell things under that brand. I don't remember who it was. I just remember seeing it in their catalog one year that they had absorbed whatever company it was, and they had made it a part of their brand. But yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that they brought up another mail order company.
See, you may not be out of luck, Smeggy. They may just end up being like Cabela's.
Well, I mean, there's already a handful of Cabela's around. But either way, yeah, I mean, I like outdoor stores. If it does go under, then yeah, I'm going to buy a bunch of... Because that's one thing someone was saying, like, oh, fuck Gander Mountain. Their prices on guns and ammo are expensive. It's like, okay, fine. Maybe they are. I personally don't buy ammo in stores. Fucking online bulk is just way too hard to beat. Especially wait for the weekend when Freedom Munitions has free shipping. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fucking a box of 9mm for like 9 something a box. Come on. You're not going to beat that anywhere. Free shipping. I'll buy a couple thousand rounds. Problem solved.
You don't buy ammo in stores pretty much in general unless it's like Black Friday or something.
Well, I will like rifle round. I'll got a couple boxes of 30-06 or whatever. I don't. Although I also was experimenting with different brands and to figure out, you know, which one my gun liked the most, and then
if you're buying like hunting loads,
yeah,
pretty much you're only going to see a few cent difference from one place to another, and a lot of times it's even that way online because you're not going to buy it in bulk, so you're not going to save anything by buying bulk probably. So it's
right. Well, now that I know
the store
is good, I'm going to see if I can, you know, like buy 500 rounds of it or whatever. That'll last me a while, and then just get some other stuff for practice. But what was I gonna say? Oh, the other part, like, okay, maybe they are expensive at Gander Mountain, but you know what else they have? They have camping shit. They got fishing stuff. They got clothes. They got tents. Like, I'm gonna go buy all that shit like 50% off.
Yeah.
Here you go.
And that's actually where I got my Ruger American, and I got a pretty damn good deal on it because they were having a sale. And it came as a kit, right? So it was like the rifle and a scope for fuck, I want to say it was like 350 because you guys were saying like 400's about what you can get or whatever, and that kind of piqued my interest because I'm like, I swear I got it cheaper. So I was like, well, that sounds kind of cool. And then the dude checked and was like, actually, if you get the gun yourself, it's on sale for like 2 something, and then just go buy like $100 scope or whatever. And I was like, oh, okay. So I ended up doing that. So I got the rifle like by itself, like not in the kit, and then I ended up being able to get a Nikon scope. And like I said, I think everything out the door was like 3 something. And that's rifle and scope for 3 something. And the Nikon scope's way better than whatever scope like came with it. So,
Oh, that's cool.
yeah, they did good to me on that one for sure. Especially because like I was kind of going in there like I don't mind spending a little bit more, like whatever. And then when I was looking at them, like, well, yeah, that one seems fine. And then when he was telling me about that, I was like, oh, for the money, like fuck yeah. And maybe I'll buy a kayak from there.
Yeah, you can use that in your shop.
Because I want a kayak, but I haven't bought one yet. Of course, I wanted one when I still had access or easy access to a lake, and when we used to go kayaking down the river all the time, and I had to borrow one. I was like, I want my own, so I'm not always borrowing people's shit. And then that didn't work, so I don't know where I would take it now, but I still want one.
Yeah, you don't have easy access to the lake anymore?
No. I mean, I'm sure I could find a lake to go to, but I don't have like any friends that live on a lake or anything.
Oh, okay.
I used to have in-laws that had a place on a lake, so we went there pretty often. So that was more when I was like, yeah, I should get one of my own so that I'm not always like using yours. Not that they cared. I mean, they let me use it. They didn't care. But
Well, that's what you gotta do. You gotta go buy a house on a lake.
yeah, actually, my parents are looking at maybe getting a house on a lake. Because the house they're in now, it's only the 2 of them, and it's a big house. So they're like, why the fuck do we have this big house with like all these empty rooms? Like it's just 2 of us now. So they're looking to downsize and maybe get a house on a lake.
Ooh, that would be cool.
Or a van down by the river.
Yeah, maybe. I doubt my parents would live in a van down by the river, though. I mean, they might, but I doubt it.
They can go stealth camping.
They could. It doesn't sound like them, though. But yeah, it was actually funny because I was talking to my mom the other day. So we went to lunch, and she was talking about, yeah, I'd like to have a house on a lake and blah blah blah. And then I think it kind of came out like part of the reason she wants it is she's like, could you imagine like if I had a sailboat at our house on the lake, like then you'd come over and visit more often, and if we had a beach, then your sister would come over more often. I'm like, holy shit, are you gonna buy a house to try and bribe us to come hang out with you?
Yep. Mama wants to see her cubs.
I guess. Well, at one point she said she wanted it for all the little grandkids to come play on the lake. And I was like, well, at this point, you're probably never going to have grandkids, so I guess she had to change her plan.
Oh, your sister's not married?
No, she is, but she's never going to have kids.
Oh.
Oh, I don't know. I might meet someone who already has some. And I might have some of my own, who knows. But
You're still young.
I'm young-ish. I don't want to be that dude who's like 50 going to fucking, elementary school little league games. Like, oh, is your grandkid playing? Like, nah, it's my son. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be some old ass dad. My cousin up north's actually like that. His two kids are like 16 or 17 years apart. Like he was, you know, he only
Mine are
ever
11
wanted
years
the one.
apart.
Yeah, he only ever wanted the one, and then when that one was in high school, she got pregnant again, and he's like, "Oh, whoops." So now it's like, yeah, he's going. The youngest one, I don't know how old he is now. Whatever, he's still kind of like a little kid or whatever. And it's like, yeah, they go to the basketball game and all that stuff, and they're like, "Oh, which one's your grandson?" And he's like, "Oh, my son is that one." And then he's got like his teenager son with him or whatever, you know. I guess his kid's in college now. But yeah, it was funny.
That's a good thing about kids. They don't care how old their dad is. It's just dad.
Well, yeah. But you can't like run around with them and do shit if you're all old.
Well, then get to it. Go find yourself some hot filly and knock her up. Make
Yeah.
little smeggies.
Yeah. Hashtag gun channels dating.
Buy all the guns that you ever want first.
Yeah, yeah. My mom might as well become a gun lady because then she could have grandkids. This is my little Smith and Wesson. I'm trying to get her to become a gun lady. I actually talked about it at lunch this past time too. That was one of the things. My old neighbor, like, you know, her best friend, like I look at this lady as like my second mom kind of thing, because like they had 4 kids all around the same age as me. So like growing up, like our 2 families were like one big family, you know. And what happened was actually like the parents of my next door neighbor parents, they split up recently. Well, I guess it was a little bit ago. But anyways, so then she was like in the house all by herself because all the kids like were off and at school and all this stuff. And she decided to go and get her concealed carry permit. Totally awesome. That's great. And in fact, our neighbor who lived across the street, that kid, I mean, he's not a kid anymore, right? He's old. He actually works for the border. He's a border agent or whatever. Well, he like took her shooting and stuff and like taught her things and all that. So she's all like, "Yeah, I'm trained or whatever," and blah blah blah. But my mom was talking about how she doesn't see her that much anymore. And I was like, well, maybe the 2 of you should go to like ladies' night at a range. Like go hang out with your friend and go shooting. And my mom's like, "Oh, I'm scared of guns and blah blah blah." And I was like, "Oh, come on, you'll be fine." I was like, "I'll teach you how to be safe, and I'll give you the first couple steps, and then go play with your friend. Like you just said, you don't see her that often. She has a gun. You could get a gun. You guys could be gun friends."
And her response?
"No, guns are scary." And I was like, "I'll teach you how to make them not scary."
What you do is you contact her friend and say, "Hey, my mom's been wanting to hang out with you, but she's afraid to go shooting. Why don't you take her and go shooting and make it like a girl's thing?" And then your mom might be more apt to check it out.
Yeah. Or I could just go shooting with her, and I could call my mom and be like, "Hey, I just went shooting with my other mom." Like you complain that we don't hang out enough. Well, I'm hanging out with her every week. You should come join us. Because that's the thing, right? She's trying to bribe me to see me more often. Maybe I should bribe her with, "You can see me more often if you come shooting with me."
That's probably a good idea, because what you could do is like invite them both to go shooting with you, or just invite your mom out to hang out somewhere or something, and you're also going to go shooting, And then she gets there, and her buddy's there, and so the two of you just kind of introduce her to shooting, just sort of ease her into it. She'll see her friend shooting. She already sees you shooting probably every once in a while at least.
Oh, yeah.
Or it has at some point. So kind of ease her into it, take the edge off of it, and kind of be a more relaxing way of getting her into it.
Yep. Well, I think honestly, knowing her, because she would be, oh fuck, damn it, oh well, like she'd be all self-conscious and stuff anyways. So what I need to do is I need to get, like, when we're up north sometime, and just like me and her, like, come on, I'm gonna teach you how to do it, just me and you. Because that's one of the things she actually did say. She's like, well, if I ever did learn, I'd have you teach me, not your dad. And I'm like, yeah, that's a good idea. My dad is not a good
probably
teacher.
Is a good idea.
Just like like in anything. Like I remember when I was a kid, my dad trying to like teach my sister like math or science or whatever. And it's like, oh my God, she'd be crying. He'd be yelling at her like, why don't you understand? But it's easy. And then like I'd walk by. Now, granted, I'm 4 years younger than my sister, but I'm good at like math and science stuff. Like after they were all done, I would walk up and be like, just do this and this and this. And she'd be like, oh, I understand it now. Like I could teach her math stuff after like 2 hours, my dad trying to teach her. And I'd teach it to her in like 10 minutes. So I've seen his style.
That's actually one of the things we did at the place I used to do all my training and instruct from time to time, is we would actually separate the couples. You guys know, you're going over there, you're going over there.
Right. Well, and it's nothing even couple related. I don't think my dad would teach anyone very well. And I mean, I learned a lot of stuff from him, but I think it clicked with me. Like I get what he's doing. Like, I don't know. It's just one of the, like, I remember he yelled at me a lot, but it wasn't because he was mad at me. It's because he was like, when we were building the house up north, like he was trying to relay information to me that was important. Like I was about to, fall off a ladder or something. Like it was important, but he wasn't mad. Like, whereas my sister would just be like, why are you yelling at me? So it's like I understand his way of teaching. See, don't get me wrong. He actually, the first time I shot was with him. I was a little kid. He taught me how to build shit. He's taught me how to work on cars and shit. Like he's taught me all sorts of stuff. But I can see where him and my mom would not be on the same page.
Well, and yeah, that was exactly my point, though. It's just, it's better sometimes to have somebody else do the teaching. That way there's no frustration between those two perspective lifelong partners. But yeah, that's a cool idea. And your mom would get to hang out with you. That would be the key thing right there.
Yep. That's what I got to do. I got to bribe her. But again, it'd have to be, I got to get her up north first. Because she wouldn't even want me teaching her at a range like when there's other people around at first. So get her comfortable. And then when we're back home, I'd be like, hey, want to come to the range? I'm going this afternoon or something.
You could probably even do that down where you're at, I guess. Well, you know your mom better than anybody else. Just moms want to hang out with their kids. So if you're like, hey, Mom, I was going to go to the range, and then maybe we could go, why don't you come with me, and then after we go get lunch or something.
So what are we drinking tonight?
I'm drinking that high quality H2O.
Fucking poison. Come on. What are you drinking, Sean?
I just got some Dr. Pepper right now. I haven't drank anything this evening.
I had some Mountain Dew earlier, but Now
What
I'm
the
kind of
fuck?
thirsty. I'm sorry, I'm not alcoholic.
Well, I am. So at least I admit that. Like I at least I admit.
Nah, dude, man, I've been sick for fucking week. I'm still sick.
So have I.
So you're
Dude, I was like sick from Monday until tonight, dude. You don't even fucking know how sick I was.
so Smeg, you're not drinking that Fago drink or whatever it's called.
Fago?
Go fuck yourself. But no, I'm not drinking Fago.
Fago, whatever.
They actually sell that here now, dude. Like I should buy a bottle
They
and
sell-
just like take a picture of like the shittiest gun I own, like next to the bottle of fucking Fago for Instagram.
I hear they go well with High Points, but yeah, dude, come on, 89 cents for a fucking 24 ounce. Come on. Although
I think they're more expensive
dude.
than that here, dude. I think they're like the same price as fucking Mountain Dew or anything else, dude. They're
I
like
was
not
gonna
even
say, I
cheap.
hear when they sell it out of state, it's not. In fact, I remember that. Fucking, I'm used to going to a store and grabbing a 24 ounce, giving $1 to the clerk, and walking out. Because with the 10-cent deposit, it's 99 cents. It even says on the label like 89 cents in a big star kind of thing, like a splash thing. So I stopped at a gas station. I think it was on the way back from Cedar Point. And I wanted something for the road. And go in, grab a Fago, and walk up, like give the lady $1 and go to walk out. And I was thinking at first, I'm like, oh shit, they don't even have deposit here. Like, oh well, she can keep the 10 cents. And then she's like, it's $1.37, or like she's all cranky about it. I'm like, wait, what? It's not 89 cents? I go, it says right on the bottle. And I was looking at the label and it's a different label. I was like, oh, it doesn't say 89 cents on the label. Like, because I've seen that at stores here where they try and charge more. I'm like, dude, it says right on the fucking label. You can't put like a sticker over it and charge $1 something. Come on. And most of the time they'll like just give it to you for 89 cents. But yeah, down in Ohio, they don't put the label on that says 89 cents on it.
Yeah, ours don't have no label on it that says 89 cents. They're like $1.
Yeah, they don't here
59 or
either.
some shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're like $1.49, $1.59, something like that. The
Yeah.
the
They're
little
like just the same
the
price as
little
everything
coolers
else.
there in the stores, the little small ones. Now they got the big ones in the back, and then up front, sometimes they have the smaller ones. That's usually where they are, is in the smaller ones, and it's
Yep.
got like the price on the front of that cooler. And I want to think it's like $149, $159. So like those things used to be dirt ass cheap too. That was like they were cheaper than like Sam's Cola or whatever. They were like the dirt cheap crap, and now they're like as much as everything else. It's like might as well just get a Grapey Co if you want a grape drink, or an Orange Crush if you want the orange flavor. I don't know what you get if you were into strawberry and High Points. So, wait, that was racist, wasn't it?
Strawberry and High Points. I don't think that's racist. Red Pop's fucking good, dude.
Freaking speaking of High Points, that's another one of the guns I got to shoot this last weekend. Same guy who has
Got to shoot, or you were made to shoot?
No, I got to shoot because he goes, look, man, $99, baby. He had a High Point 380, and I was like, oh, I gotta shoot this thing. And it is an awkward gun to shoot. It really is.
Yeah.
Well, the 380
Well,
is
it's a
kind of
great-
like that's like the worst one to shoot. Like out of all the High Points, the 380 is like the worst one to shoot. It really is.
Like I was
Like the
going
full
through
size,
first
like
mag.
40 or 45, like it doesn't feel as awkward as the
I was-
380.
Well, first thing I noticed is when I gripped it, I ran my thumbs along the side. I went to go get the sight picture, and I realized I had to bring the gun down a little bit because the sight picture is higher. Then I had to like clamp my hand slightly differently. And I got on target, and I was shooting. And they were shooting low, but
Well,
whatever.
next time you shoot one, cant your hand even more to where you're holding it sideways, because that's the proper
Yeah,
way to
that's
shoot.
how it is.
Oh yeah, it's true. You gotta. That's the gangster style right there.
No,
But-
it's the high point style because
Mhm.
the people talk about the high bore axis. Well, that doesn't even fucking matter because you're not supposed to hold the gun straight up and down. You're supposed to hold it sideways.
So I was shooting it. I had thumbs forward on it, and I pulled the trigger, and my thumbs were just barely riding against the slide, and it literally stopped the slide on the return. And
I thought you were going
moved
to say
my
it
thumb-
knocked your thumb backwards.
I moved my thumb, and then it cycled. It went chunk, and I went, okay, so I cannot touch the slide. Okay, so I had to adjust my grip again, and after that, it was okay. It was a fun little gun, but I mean, I was like, $99, yeah, okay, cool. I was just like, wow. I put a couple of mags through it. You know, I'm not gonna lie. It was a cool little gun, but I wouldn't own one.
Dude, just think of all the badass fucking pictures you could take of like bottles of like RC Cola and Fago and shit with your high point.
I don't
You
own
know,
a high
you could go
point.
by
It was my
Shasta,
friend.
like strawberry Shasta and shit. Take a picture of it, your high point. Like, bam.
I don't own the high
You know, I'm
point.
gonna have
My
something
friend
classy in the picture if I got an RC Cola there. I mean, RC Cola and Moon Pie.
does. I was just gonna say the moon pie. Put your barbecue gun up there.
Yeah, there you go. I put Daryl's 500 Magnum in there with it.
A bottle of RC Cola and a moon pie. But what the question is what kind of moon pie? The chocolate or the vanilla?
The
Or the
chocolate,
brown?
man.
The brown
The
or
banana.
Yeah, the banana. Yeah, that's it. The brown or the yellow. Those are your choices.
Well, you got the vanilla, the chocolate, and the banana. You know, the banana is yellow, but the vanilla is kind of a off-white color.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that Instagram video yesterday that like a couple people reposted it of the guy on the fucking airplane with like the colostomy bag or whatever? You guys see that shit?
No.
No.
He was fucking like drinking out of it. He had it like filled full of beer, and he was able to get on the fucking. And he had a fucking. There's like a 30-second video of like some guy taping of it. He's like, yeah, like, this is how I fucking bring my beer on the plane. And he's in there like drinking out of the fucking tube like it's a straw out of this like colostomy bag strapped to his waist. But he just like filled the fucking bag full of beer. Like I was like, dude, you're a fucking genius, dude. Like,
Yeah,
you
because no
win the
TSA
internet.
agent's going to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, you win the internet for today. Holy shit, you're a fucking genius, dude. Like,
Then he got arrested as soon as they landed, but you know.
I don't even think anyone noticed except for the fucking guy sitting right next to him who took the video, and that was probably one of his buddies or something. Like, you know, like such a small little tube. He just had it like up into the corner of his fucking mouth, and he's out there like that bag. That bag was huge, dude. That bag had to hold like a 6-pack. Like, fucking.
I guess
I was
as
like,
long as you want to drink warm beer, I mean, I can't imagine he could keep it cold very well.
Shit, I get, you know, some of us
As long as
alcoholics
it's
just
good
don't care.
beer, then it wouldn't really matter so much if it was kind of warm. But I mean, if it was like Budweiser or some shit, then you know, you get that stuff like
That stuff's
very
gross
far
cold.
above freezing, then it's it's undrinkable.
You know what I'm really surprised by? And I found this out because of the sailboat. But Rolling Rock is actually pretty good warm.
It's skunk beer. Anything in a green bottle, just fucking throw it and shoot it.
No, I thought it would be. And it
I'll tell
was
you-
not. It did not taste skunky at all. And it did not, like, it wasn't the best flavor in the world, but it did not, like, get that weird, like, gross taste when it got warm.
When you're out on a boat on a lake in the hot sun, the more you drink, the more you don't like, the more that warm beer tastes good. You just start to not care.
That's because you dehydrate and you start hallucinating. So,
Like, dude, when we go down to the river, which hasn't happened in a few years, but last time we went down to the river, actually, every time we go to the river, we fucking drink beer like water, dude. I mean, but we keep it cold, and if we run out of ice, we just put it in the river because it's like 42
Yeah,
degrees.
that's what we used to do. Just tie
Has that
the
dam busted yet?
tie the 6-pack rings to the to a raft or something. Just drag
Oh,
the
yeah.
river behind you.
Hell yeah. Freaking the dam busted? I don't know, dude. That's up in Oregon. That's up there, fucking northern California. I'm way far away from that. All that water would have to go through like where they have 250,000 people living, which is stupid. Why the fuck would you build a community right below a dam? That's not.
Well, there's a
fucking
ton of dams or a ton of communities in this country that are right below dams.
Yeah.
And I
Fort
say the
Collins?
same thing about them. I say the same thing about them all. What the fuck are you thinking? It's stupid. You're
Well,
gonna
it sounds like they get their water is by damming off some valley right above them.
well
You know,
again. It's still stupid. Build
Live
the fucking
next to it.
community.
Don't live below
Exactly.
it.
Live next to it on higher ground. So
but
That's
that
all
was
we
easy to say back in the
if
days before they didn't
man-made-
really
if
have
the
pumps and
man-made
shit.
structure, if the man-made structure fails, you don't lose your community. You know, it's just not fucking smart. I don't understand people thinking that's a wise idea.
I just
Well,
don't
back in
get
the
what the
50s,
heck's
it was
wrong
a
with you
wise idea
people
'cause
in
they used
California.
gravity. Like they didn't have pumps and water towers.
Like all summer, y'all were bitching. We don't have any water. We don't have any water. Now God gives you a shit ton of water, and you're all bitching. We're all drowning, man.
Hey, that's them, not me. See, I'm smart enough not to live in an area where it's going to flood. So,
That is pretty ridiculous though, the way they do that. I mean, it's like if you live in a hole and you decide to build a levee around that hole in order to keep it from filling up with water, and then when it gets to where the water's too much, and then the hole starts filling back up.
that's exactly my point. What kind of idiots?
We have a town near here that's like that. They when they dammed the river up that came through there, they decided to build the town in the hole that was left. It was like this big dry lake was left over, and they were like, hey, that's a great place to put our town. And so now every time there's a lot of floodwaters or something, Elba ends up underwater. And so and they don't understand that it's because they built their town in a hole. They built it in a cereal bowl, basically, and gets filled up with milk.
And the people are the cereal.
Yeah.
And again, those people up there, I don't know. It's stupid. It's kind of like the idiots who built up freaking communities around natural gas storage. What the fuck are you thinking? You just store natural gas underground. You don't want to build, and you know it's could be possibly bad for people's health. Don't build communities around it.
Hey, let's build our town at the foot of this volcano. What could go wrong?
Exactly. Oh man, yes, the stupidity of people sometimes.
You know. Well, Happy, I say you just need to like turn your faucet on, use up more water, though. Help them people out.
No, because we use the water down here, and technically San Bernardino is sitting on top of a huge underground lake. Like, we're never going to run out of water.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Oh no, we never will. I mean, we even during the drought, San Bernardino has had a surplus of water. We sell it to other places.
Oh, well, that's good.
So we've got tons of water, so we're not stressing on it. And I live uphill from that. I don't live. That's the city itself. I live up north of that and elevated above it, so I don't have to worry about that at all. That way, because like when we get rain, like I say, my street turns into a fucking river. It all flows down past me. So I'm good.
Yep.
Yep.
And my state's surrounded by water, so I think we're okay.
Yeah, you guys are fine. I've always thought that they need to build fucking pipelines from the East Coast to the West Coast. And fucking, like, places like Nevada, New Mexico, Arizona, they can, you know, get water from that.
Why? You guys have the ocean there. I would just build pipelines right from the ocean. Like, and then there you go.
Well, see, that's salinated water. That's salt water.
Yeah.
Floodwaters from, like, the east side, the eastern part of the country. I'm not saying go all the way to the coast. I'm just saying from all the places that flood, like Missouri and shit, like where people end up with houses underwater and crap, they build like pipelines that can actually just pump that shit out of there.
Okay, so like
Desalinated water isn't that difficult. I mean, there's
it's just expensive energy wise.
I've heard that it's not near as expensive as the climate is because there's island communities that are completely basically self
yeah, and it's expensive.
And they like those resort islands and shit. Most of them, all their water is desalinated. All the water they use on those
takes
islands.
a lot of kilowatt hours of energy to make that water compared to how many kilowatt hours energy it takes to, like, you know, treat the Detroit River and send it in the pipes.
Yeah, so, but what about, you know, like you guys are talking like salt water is a bad thing. Like, it's not a bad thing. Like, you wash your eyes out with it, your contacts, you clean wounds with it. They give it to you in hospitals in like little bags when, you know, like like they get like saline solution, like, you know, is like good for you, dude. Like, you know.
Yeah, but not to drink or water your lawn with. And that's what people use water for. Is to
who cares about grass, dude? Grass is like evil.
Well, farmers do. When I say water your lawn, I guess I more meant agriculture, because that's really when you like that was the crappiest. That was like, I don't know, crappy, funny, whatever you want to call it.
Dude, salt water is better to water like crops with than regular. You know why? Because then you don't gotta salt your food after you cook it. It's already pre-salted.
Sure.
It soaks up that salt water and becomes all like salty.
Yeah, if you ever heard the expression "salt the earth," I mean, I'm sure they meant because that makes stuff grow.
Yeah, they did.
Don't tell anybody. Besides, who drinks tap water anymore? I mean, California's full of new age hipsters. You ain't never seen no new age hipster drinking no tap water.
Well, you know, now they also put filters in all their water.
Actually, there's a thing I saw not too long ago. They got a special bottled water in California that's just for dogs. So dogs have their own line of bottled water in California.
They sell that stuff at PetSmart, man.
Yeah.
I saw it.
I saw it too. I was like, what the fuck? Like bottled water for dogs? Really? Like,
yeah, I saw that stuff at PetSmart last time I was in there. It's got like there's some of it that I think is just supposed to be just water, but there's one that's got like supposed to be like minerals and stuff in it. It's
got electrolytes and all that.
Yeah, it's like Gatorade for dogs or something.
Is it hose flavored? Because my dog always liked drinking out of the hose. It had that special rubbery taste to it.
Freaking oh god, I do not doubt any of this shit. Fucking stupidity. I believe it started here too. And the funny thing is all that bottled water, most time, just comes out of a tap and is filtered.
Well, yeah, it's like Aquafina or whatever. If you look, is it Aquafina or is it the other? What's the Coke branded one? That's like
Aquafina.
The Coke one? No, that's the Nestle one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in a blue bottle.
Aquafina is a Coke product too.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Dasani. It's called Dasani water.
Oh,
If you
okay.
look on Dasani water, it's like source Denver Municipal Water Supply. Like you could just buy like a fucking like reverse osmosis filter and like do your own water, like and just right out of the Denver tap and make your own Dasani water, because that's all it is reverse osmosis filtration. That's all they do to that water.
Evian spelled backwards is naive.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for Spaceballs to come true and have like Perrier.
I know one of them is it's bottled in Southfield, which is a suburb of Detroit, but it is from a natural like aquifer spring or whatever. But it's like, oh, that's like the same shit you could get like just right down the street.
Well, it's like Arrowhead water. Arrowhead water probably comes from the spring. They say we travel all the way up the mountain to get the best water. No, they travel up to like where Waterman Canyon starts, and then break off, and at the bottom, that's their water treatment plant.
Did you ever see the episode of Bullshit? And they were talking about bottled water, and they literally filled up a bunch of glasses from a garden hose. Same exact water, just filled up a bunch of different glasses. They were in a fancy restaurant, and the dude came by with like samples, and they had fancy looking bottles. And it's like, oh, this is the blah blah blah, and this is so and so, and this is blah. And they had like asked the people to rate all the different ones. Like, oh, I really like this one. That other one was okay, but this one's way better. And then they're like, yeah, they all came from the exact same place, like 2 seconds apart from each other. So I mean, definitely some of it is just
Well, if it
your
was a
brain
fancy
tricks you.
restaurant, I'd be asking like, which one did they spit in?
Well, no, because I mean they did it for the TV show, so
Oh no,
They
they
were-
don't spend your food or your drink in fancy restaurants.
Oh no, that's just Olive Garden.
It's part of the atmosphere. You're supposed to be an asshole there, so they expect it of you. If you're not an asshole, then they think there's something wrong with you, like you don't belong.
Have you seen the South Park where everyone is the review people? What the heck's that thing called? Yelp.
Critic.
Yeah, everyone's a food critic for Yelp, and like basically half the town turns into a bunch of douchebags, right? And so like at the end of it, what they decide to do is like give because everyone thinks that like they're the most important person. Because like the one guy he was calling out Cartman specifically, and was like, all right, you fucker, like meet me on top of the hill or whatever. And like half the town shows up because they all thought he was talking to him. And like he says like, what do you think you're doing? Like, you think you're leading these people? And they all start talking at the same time because they all think they're the leader. Anyways, so they give them all like a special medal. They're like one at a time. They call them in the mayor's office like, this is your official Yelp medal. And then they bring in the next one. So they all think they're special. Well, anyways, they're like at the end goes, what do you they turn into a song, but they're like, oh, you think you're pretty fancy with your what the hell they say? Oh, I forget what it was, but oh fuck, goddamn brain, I'm stroking out. So, what the hell was the song? It was something about blah blah blah. You think you have a golden tongue? Well, how about you? I hope you enjoy your boogers and cum. And like this whole song, like boogers and cum. I know you think you're fancy, boogers and cum, like blah da da da. And so basically, yeah, you wear your Yelp sticker around, and then all the people were just like tainting all their food. That was a horrible story. I apologize to anyone who had to listen to that shit, but it was funny in my brain.
Well, I'm sure the show was funny too.
Oh, it was, yeah. And because basically they went around and got all the restaurants to agree to like just pretend like you're treating the Yelpers special, and then actually just fucking spit in their food and put boogers in it, and obviously jack off into it. and see him like farting on a pizza and shit. Like it was, it was a disgusting little thing. But
Sounds like Olive Garden. Like that's what you just described.
I am very much going to regret typing this search term into my YouTube. But let's see if I can find a link to it.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
And Spaggy goes, "Oh, that's interesting. We know something happened."
2 weeks later, we hear from Smeggy when he
Let's
pops
see.
out of the other end of the YouTube rabbit hole.
Well, speaking of rabbit holes, okay, I was bored, so I figured I saw that Alice Through the Looking Glass, right, on Netflix. So I said, "Oh, what the fuck? I'll check it out." I couldn't get through 5 seconds, like not 5 seconds, like 5 minutes of it. As soon as Johnny Depp popped up on the screen, I was like, "Yeah, no, I can't watch this." I was like, "This has gone like way too wrong." So, yeah, I guess I'm not cultured enough. I stepped up my game when I watched Talladega Nights. If you're not first, you're last.
Shake and bake.
Well, if there's only 2 people involved, if you're not last, you're first.
I want to thank little baby Jesus.
All right, I found it. Put the link in the side there.
Going down the rabbit hole.
I'm afraid.
I think I killed the chat with the South Park video.
Yeah. That place did look a bit like an Olive Garden.
Yeah. Peeling your potatoes. Well, guys, I'm gonna bail. I'll talk to you all tomorrow.
Have a
That
good one.
video get you all worked up or something?
Yeah. Gonna go to bed. I got to get up in the morning.
Dude,
Or
it's like
maybe I
3
don't.
o'clock in the afternoon over there.
It's like 11:30 at night.
All
All right,
right,
I'll
take
see
it
you
easy,
guys
man.
later.
Wish I was sleepy. It's fucking 2:30 in the morning here. I almost made it. I was trying to go to sleep there, and I put my headphones on for a minute just to say something. And then you guys roped me back in.
It tends to happen that way.
Yeah. Although I am enjoying watching G-Wubs working on his patch making thing.
Yeah, that patch company or that patch defense fund made like $12,000 today, dude.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they had a $10,000 goal and they made 12,000 just today in like a couple hours.
They had a $5,000 goal. They hit $7,000 in like the first 40
Yeah, they
minutes.
had a $5,000 goal, and how sad is that they made that much money for something like this when we're not even at the repeal the Hughes yet? Sad.
That's a good point, dude. That's what they should do for every fucking like yeah, for every dollar you give the defense fund, like give $1 to the Second Amendment Foundation or some shit. But yeah, we can't get 100,000 people to write their name on a piece of paper, but they can get 12,000 in like a couple hours. But you know, patches are fun and your rights are like work or something, so
Well, I think the Hughes one is a little bit different than the NFA one was. People just didn't know what the hell the NFA was until people started making videos and screaming about it from the rooftops. As you saw how quickly that thing went up after, a few people made some videos and basically.
But the videos were about both.
Well, some of them were, some of them weren't. Some of them were just about the NFA. But the Hughes, I've seen a lot of pushback on it because people are scared. People are like, oh no, not machine guns. I mean,
what the fuck do you think? What do
they
you
don't even know.
think will
They don't
happen if
even
you
know
get
what
rid of the NFA?
they don't even know what the NFA is. Even with the explanation in the videos, they still don't know what it is. They just know that, oh, it was government fear mongering. It's just stupid. But they know what a machine gun is, though. The Hughes is about machine guns. They're scared of that. Look at some of the replies where people post the link to the repeal the Hughes thing. Just click on some of those posts and look at the replies in there that people comment on the like on the Facebook feeds where people have shared it, and look at the comments in there. A lot of the comments in there on it are negative stuff about machine guns. It's like, oh, I believe in Second Amendment rights, but not machine guns. Dude, you can't straddle the line. Sooner or later, it's going to cut you in half.
Well, let's just say this: the people that sign the NFA but don't want to sign the Hughes because they're scared of machine guns are fucking morons. Because they probably shouldn't have signed the NFA if that's how they feel. I'm glad they did, but obviously they didn't know what the hell they were doing. So, I don't know. Maybe our side has a group of useful idiots as well. And I guess as long as we get them to tag along with us, it's better than nothing. But I'd rather have well-informed people on our side. But that's the thing. Like, if you repeal the Hughes, it's like, shit, all that means is that, like, if you just do that and don't repeal the NFA, it's still going to be a pain in the ass to get a machine gun. Like, you'll still have to wait for the tax stamp and do all the stuff and, you know, notify them when you leave the state and, like, all that shit. It just means that they can make new ones.
Well, see, a lot of these people are the same people that have no idea about tax stamps and all to begin with. So they don't understand anything about that. And besides, ideally, you would eventually want to get rid of all that crap anyway. But, I mean, you know, realistically, that would be the next step, would just be to get it where they're actually readily available again. But, I mean, these are the same kinds of people that, you know how in states that had like concealed carry and didn't have open carry, and they were trying to get open carry passed, or trying to get just constitutional carry passed, and they were like blood in the streets. We have people here, okay, in Alabama, it's open carry, and then you have to have a permit to conceal. But open carry you can do without a permit. And we've been trying to get constitutional carry passed. The fearmongers are screaming the blood in the streets thing. It's like, wait a minute. We've had open carry for decades. I don't know how long. No permit required for that. There's no blood in the streets. You have to get a permit to conceal. What we're wanting to do is just take that requirement away so that you can do whichever you want. And all of a sudden it's going to be blood in the streets, because then we would be able to conceal carry without a permit, which criminals are already doing. See how that makes so much sense there? It's the same sort of logic.
Yeah, but now you're talking about like anti-gun type people. You're not talking about someone who signed the NFA petition but not the Hughes because they're scared of machine guns. Those people don't have that same logic.
With having a permit, but they're not okay with not having a permit because they don't understand that. Most of them don't even understand that you can open carry without a permit. I know a lot of people who have a permit that don't know until I explain it to them that they can open carry without a permit. That permit they have is for concealed carry, be able to carry a loaded gun in their vehicle. They can open carry without it. They just have to unload their gun or put it in the trunk when they get in their car. Which is stupid in itself, but that's
yeah, but they could because that's what Michigan does. If the car is considered concealed carry.
Yeah. Well, we made some changes to that last year, I think it was, but it didn't do a whole lot to change it. All it really did was made it where if you have your concealed carry permit, then pretty much if somebody, like if you have a reason to defend yourself in your vehicle or whatever, then it gives you a little more leeway on that or something. I'm not even sure what it changed really. All it was them pretty much failing to do what they were supposed to be doing. the our rights organizations in Alabama made a compromise with the legislators and gave up, basically. Because what they were trying to do was they were trying to extend CASEL to your vehicle, and instead of doing that, they made some kind of compromise. And I'm not sure what the was before that, but it made it so that I know one of the things is that an employer can't keep you from keeping a gun in your vehicle, with certain exceptions. You know, like if like federal and state employees have to go by whatever whatever their rules are. But like if you just work for a company that parks in a like a gated parking lot or whatever, that company can't, they can't keep you from having a gun in your vehicle.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier today on the Daily Show.
I think you still have to have a permit to be able to do that, though. I don't think you can. I think if you're not a concealed carry holder, that you, which would make sense, seeing how you have to have your ammunition and your firearm separated from each other if you don't have a permit. But yeah, there's a lot of misinformation that is out there, and people that you would think that would have some sort of an idea that just don't even have a clue.
Yep. People are dumb.
And people that aren't really gun people, that, you know, they have guns, but they're not gun people. They don't know, you know, it's like around here, guns, they go hunting, they, you know, keep one with them when they go fishing, or, you know, protection on their property or whatever, because, you know, they're farmers, maybe they, you know, have cattle or whatever. So, but they're not gun people. They don't know anything really about guns. They don't know the laws really. They know what they need to know to stay legal when they're hunting, or, you know, whatever, but that's about it. They don't know stuff. These things happen unless you tell them about them. They don't know about changes in laws. And I mean, there are so many people around here that still don't know that that you can hunt with a suppressor here now. And it's been that way since, I can't remember when it was. I can't remember when they changed that, because I know that they made a change to something, like they added short barrel shotguns at one point. And most of the stuff online still tells you that Alabama can't have them, but they were added in the last few years, and then suppressors were added at some point for hunting purposes, which before it was like they were added so that we could have them. And then a few years later, they added them for hunting. And somewhere in there, they also made crossbows legal for hunting too. And I always get those mixed up, because I think it was in the early 2000s when one of them happened, and then it was around 2010 or something when the other one happened, and I don't remember which one was which.
I remember a little bit ago, Michigan finally got short-barreled rifles and shotguns back because we used to have a thing against it. And like I heard people saying like, "Oh yeah, now we can finally cut down our shotguns or whatever." I was like, "Well, as long as you follow the federal laws." They're like,
Yeah.
"No, it's legal now." I'm
Yeah.
like, "No, you still need to follow the federal laws. It's just that before that, Michigan just said, no, you're not allowed to have them at all. And now they've said, okay, fine, you can do whatever the feds tell you you're allowed to do." And I mean, I got in arguments with people about it, and I got to the point where I'm like, you know what? Fine, just fucking do it, and then call up the ATF and see what they think about it. Like, call them up and tell them how proud you are that you just made it. See what happens. And they're like, well, maybe I'll look into it. I'm like, yeah, you probably should.
Yeah, we got a lot of people around here that don't understand the length limits. Like you got a barrel length limit, but then you have an overall limit. And so there are people running around here who probably have illegal weapons because I don't know if they've remedied their situation or not. Most of them could just replace a barrel and they're back legal again. But, some of them have cut their barrel years where it was too short, but their overall length was still good, right? So they thought they were still good, and not so much the case.
Well, so they thought it was like either or something. Like as long as their overall is 26 still, like they're happy.
Yeah. And we've replaced barrels for people before because of that, because their gun was not legal. But, something like that, it's easily fixed. It's not like when somebody, drills out their receiver and makes a full auto and, then you can't, or, does something to a sear or something. And, you can't remedy that quite as easily.
Yeah, that's I don't know, the easiest way to say it, I guess my adopted grandfather. He passed away a little bit ago, and apparently when my adopted grandmother was like cleaning out the house, she like found this shotgun, and she was like, "Oh, I didn't even know he had this thing." So she gave it basically it got passed down around to my dad, and so he got it. And he was showing me the thing, and I was like, wow, that's interesting. And I'm looking at it going, that's kind of short. So then I start looking at the end. I'm like, that's a home cut job. Like, that's not a factory barrel. And then I'm looking at it, and so I measure it. Yeah, 18 inches, like in a quarter or whatever. I was like, well, I guess he knew what he was doing. Lucky son of a bitch, because yeah.
Depending on how straight that is, you might even be able to finish it back off and make it still within the legal limit.
What do you mean finish it? Like clean it up type of thing?
Yeah, like clean it up. Yeah, because
I mean,
if it's a little crooked, if it's just straight but jagged, you could clean it up. Probably
it's not even that jagged. It took me a little bit to look at it, but it's like it only looks a little. I mean, it's not bad at all. Like, he did a pretty damn good job.
Yeah.
But there was something about it that I was like, it doesn't quite look the same. I think maybe it's because like the finish was kind of like off a little bit around it, or like, so I don't remember what caught my attention to it, but I'm like, this didn't come like that. I'm like, I hope he just like, didn't just like pick a point and just say, well, this is it. So anyways, but I measured it because I'm like, yeah, Dad, I'm not going to let you have a freaking, illegal shotgun, especially when I'm kind of trying to get him to give it to me because, fuck. Well, it's a weird scenario where basically, so I didn't have any grandfathers. Like both of mine died before I was born. And when I was a little kid, my next door neighbor was like, "Oh, I have two grandpas. You can have one of mine." So that's where I said like adopted grandpa. Like,
Oh, okay.
you know what I mean? It was just one of them things where, you know, and that's they used to go out on trips and they would send postcards to the four kids next door and one to me. Like they pretty much did adopt me as grandparents, even though, you know, I still had
Well, I thought it was more like
my
you
grandmas,
adopted
but
them as grandparents.
well, it's same thing. Yeah, whatever. So, anyways, it was one of those things. So it's like, really, my dad didn't really have any special connection to the guy. Like, he knew who he was and shit, right? I mean, that's our families hung out all the time. But I'm the one with the special connection to him. Why the fuck does my dad have the shotgun? I want it.
You should have told your dad, I need to get rid of this gun for you.
Well, it's not. I mean, it's one of them things that, you know, I'm sure if I ever just like asked him for it, he would just give it to me. Because I bet
Yeah.
you he would understand. I just haven't gotten around to it. So the first thing I did want to do is make sure it was legal. And it is. It's over 18 inches as a shotgun, which is good. And the overall length is fine. Because it is 26, right? Is that the overall number you have to be?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, because it's got a regular buttstock and stuff on it, so it's definitely over that. But it's like 18 and a quarter. I mean, it's if you I don't know, if you were shitty at measuring, you might think it's 18 inches type of thing.
Yeah. Most shotguns, if you're 18, well, if you're 18 or more, which, you know, that 18 and a quarter just gives you a drop it on its muzzle room of error.
Right.
So if you're at 18 barrel length, you're probably going to be 26 or more overall, because even if you put a vertical pistol grip on it, then it's still going to be most of the time,
because the receiver itself is normally like,
yeah, you're
more
probably
than
going to
8
be, you're going to be pretty much, down around 26 at the end of the receiver. I think there may be some exception in some guns that to where you can't put a straight up pistol grip on it, where you have to put something a little longer than that. How those like the Mossberg things and stuff that are built on they have the less length, the less than 18-inch barrel, but they're still overall 26, is because of the way that grip that they put on there, that what they call a Raptor grip or something, that one that comes, it's almost like a stick. Just,
I know what you're talking about. I've heard it called a couple different things.
Yeah, it does. Well, one brand of them, I think, is Raptor or something that makes those grips. But it comes out almost straight out the back instead of
Yeah, I've heard them
down.
called like goose heads or something, or goosenecks, or like different things.
Well, it's
But I know
more
what
like
you're talking about.
if you took an old shotgun and cut the stock off of it, if it had pretty much a straight stock, and you cut it off to make a pistol grip out of it, that's the kind of grip you would end up with.
Right.
Less ergonomic, but
don't do that.
Don't do that. No,
because
make sure your barrels are still at least 18 inches.
No, there's a reason those things are allowed to have shorter barrels, is because they never were shotguns.
They
to begin
were never
with.
a shotgun. Yeah.
So they're allowed to be like something different. But if it used to be a shotgun, you can't.
Yeah, the fact that it has that overall length, and it's still 26 inches overall. The barrels are shorter than 18 inches, but it falls in between all of those rules. That's why it's legal.
Which just proves how stupid those fucking rules are.
Exactly.
I mean, I've seen stuff. I've seen posts where people will show, whatever. They'll show like an SBR, right? And it's like, okay, this is an SBR, and then they show like an AR pistol, and it's like, this is an AR pistol, and that like they're like about the same or whatever. And then they have some type of like bullpup thing, which has a 16-inch barrel and is smaller than the SBR
Yeah.
and the AR pistol, and they're like,
Yeah.
this is a rifle. You know what I mean? It's like, what the if the whole point is like, I don't want small guns because you can hide them and do bad stuff with them, well then fucking bullpups are smaller than some SBRs. So what the shit? And those have full 16-inch barrels. Like, that's just dumb. Let us just have SBRs already. No one's fucking grabbing a 14-inch AR and putting it under their coat and doing crime. I mean, come on. That's just dumb. Let people have them.
Here's a perfect example of that. If you can see this.
The problem with that, though,
I think I
is that
posted the original post.
if that's your justification that it should be okay is because no one's doing anything bad, then how do you justify your position the first time or any time somebody does something bad with it?
Well, that's not my only justification. I mean, I'd say let us have it because fuck you, let us have it. But that doesn't always win the argument.
Well, no, I'm not saying that is either, Yankee. But I'm just saying, FYI, if you thought of it.
No, I hear what you're saying. But
you see the bullpup that's in that picture that I just posted?
sure. I didn't click on it yet, though.
There's an AK pistol, and then there's that little bullpup. The bullpup's shorter than the AK pistol.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, see, I've seen stuff like that. One's a rifle, one's a pistol. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Yep, that's exactly like I said, I've seen similar stuff to that, only there's like 4 different examples, and it's like at least one's an SBR, one's a pistol, one's probably like a bullpup type thing, which is smaller than all of them, and then they probably put in like just like a regular rifle, just to kind of for comparison. Uh-oh, them goats about to get shot. I've seen this one before. Oh, is it because they're messing with the turtle? Is that why he's shooting them? The problem with watching shit on mute. Sometimes you don't know what's going on. But a dude in a helicopter's about to apocalypse now all these freaking goats. No, seriously, I saw this episode earlier. Here comes the helicopter leaning out the side with an AR.
So are they like eating the turtle eggs or something?
No, they were like eating grass and shit next to a turtle.
Oh, so they were just hanging out with the turtle, and that's.
I don't know if that's
we
why
gotta
they
kill
got
them
shot.
because they're hanging out with those turtles.
That's
Can't
why,
have that.
you know what? Actually, I think I've skipped enough commercials. I can go back and unmute it and actually listen to the announcer, and then I'll figure out maybe why they shot him. I'll check back in a minute.
Okay.
All right, so here's the deal. I think what we hypothesized earlier was right. Basically, the goats on the Galapagos Islands are similar to the hogs down south.
Oh, okay.
They're overgrazing on the same types of food that the giant tortoise and other species eat. And basically they're kind of considered invasive species because they're the descendants
They
of
were brought there, right?
yeah, they're descendants of like goats that were brought there by whalers and shit back in the day that wanted a steady supply of like milk and meat.
Yeah.
So they're just running feral, and obviously they're thriving in there. They said by the year 2000 there was over 200,000 goats destroying ecosystems on the Galapagos Islands. And since then there's been radical what'd they say? Eradication programs. And that's as they were saying
helicopter and minigun.
yeah, well, not minigun, he had an AR, but as they were saying those words, that's when they were showing the dude shooting out the helicopter. And then they're like, well, it might seem extreme to some. Oh, and it was funded in part by like the UN and shit. So that's interesting. But anyways, it's like he said, some people might find that extreme, but the program's been credited of saving, like a handful of species that are exclusive only to the islands. And basically, I think what he's saying is like, listen, these turtles or these tortoises only live here. Like, if they die, we don't have them anywhere else in the world. You can fucking find goats everywhere. Who gives a shit? I think that's like what he should have said.
Well, most everything except for stuff that's been brought there, like those goats, most everything there is pretty exclusive to those islands, aren't they? I know there's some birds there that aren't found anywhere else.
Yeah, and that's
probably-
that's very common with
they
islands,
probably-
right? Because
They probably benefit from the grass there too. I mean, I'm sure there's insects that eat that grass that those birds eat or something. And if the goats eat too much of the grass, then the insects don't thrive. And
yep. Although I mean, part of me is like, well, it's not the goats' fault that they're good at hanging out there, but whatever. Like, I mean, they've been there like the goats have been there long enough now that they're adapting to like the island life. Like, who knows? Maybe they're a different species of goats now. Probably not yet. It's probably too soon for that like evolution and shit.
yeah,
They're probably just regular goats. Yeah, fuck them. And it probably gives the people something to eat. I don't know how many people live on the Galapagos Islands.
Probably none.
You don't think so? There's
I
not
didn't
like
think there was any like human settlements on the Galapagos. I don't know for sure. Every time I've ever seen any kind of thing about the Galapagos Islands, it's always about the wildlife there. I've never seen anything about the peoples who are there.
Except for that one island that's there where like all the celebrities go, like Tupac and Elvis and stuff. That like all the fake death celebrities. They live on an island in the Galapagos. I saw a video on it.
oh, well then they're eating goats. I mean, there might not be people living there. I guess I'd just
There's
assume
goats.
that by now people would like, I don't know, have little cabins there or some shit. I mean, people tourist there, so you gotta like, there's gotta be people to like support, like these people, these cameramen, right? They like someone's gotta help them with stuff and like give them things like supplies, or do they just fucking?
Well, the people that go there to
That's
study
food.
stuff, they camp somewhere. Let them eat goat.
Well, I guess, but
Goat's not bad.
I don't know. I guess I just figured there had to be like a couple of like ports or something with some couple stores, but maybe not. I mean, it's not like I see any houses in any of these like overhead pictures and shit. And obviously whalers used to live there, but they probably don't live there anymore because there's not really whaling.
Except in countries that say "fuck you" rules.
Well, basically, there's only 2 countries that still whale, and that's the U.S. and Japan.
No, like Norway does it
Oh,
too.
that's true. We whale.
Norway, dude. Norway does it because I saw a thing, but they have like they don't do it like every day like Japan or whatever. They have like
Well,
a certain.
Norway
Japan
does it like
was
once
the only
a
ones.
year.
We
I thought
whale.
Japan were the only ones that did it because I know Japan like doesn't look down on it like everybody else does or something. I thought that like the U.S. it was technically illegal, and like most everywhere else.
Well, for like normal people in the U.S., you can't go whaling, but you're still allowed to whale. Like,
Oh, that's bullshit, dude. The entire country whales on Canada.
I knew you were setting something up. But no, like in Alaska, the Inuits are allowed to whale, and they still do. They don't do it a
Well,
lot.
I can see that
Well,
because that's like their tradition or whatever. So, them still allowing them to do it because it's not like they're gonna go out killing.
That's the
hundreds of
thing. They
whales.
get like, and it's kind of the same thing with the Norway. Like they get a couple a year, and then like the whole fucking village eats. So, like it's not like you're gonna eradicate the whale population because you took 2 a year. And even the Japan one, I mean, honestly,
what are you talking about?
Japan's
We're talking
not-
about creatures that are almost extinct. That I don't know what their breeding cycle is, but there's fish that don't even start breeding until they're like 100.
Yeah,
So I don't know what the hell
Okay.
whales are like, but just because there ain't people kicking the shit out of them right now, don't mean that whales ain't fragile as shit.
the longest living mammal in the world is a whale, and it doesn't even start breeding until it's like like G-Web said, like 100 years old, and it only lives to be like 300 years old, and even after it starts breeding, it only breeds like once every 20 years. So I mean,
Well, first off, there's plenty different types of species of whales, and not all species of whales are endangered. Like, yeah, the blue whales are not doing so great. I totally agree with you. But, like, there's other types that are doing just fine. And I don't know for sure, but I would guess the blue whale's the one that, like, that you're talking about that, like, lives a
the
whole
blue
lot.
whale, the sperm whale, the gray whale, like I think all of those are on the endangered species list, and those are like 3 of the largest whales. Like it's
Yeah. Minke whales aren't on the endangered species list, and those are the ones that
narwhals.
yeah, narwhals, but I know specifically minke whales are what the Japanese people hunt, and they're doing okay. Not that I'm defending Japan, because fuck them. Like, well, I watch Whale Wars going, hey, you hippies on a boat, why are you just like throwing stink bombs at them? Why don't you fucking shoot them and set them on fire? Problem solved. Sink the damn boat. Like they're pirates, and that's what's shitty about Japan is they specifically go down to like the one part of the world that's the like whale sanctuary and go fucking hunt them anyways. Like fuck you. So I'm with you on
I
that.
remember seeing some kind of a documentary one time. I can't remember what it was they were hunting, but it was like this day that they have in Japan where they go out and hunt something down and like just slaughter them. I can't remember if it was a type of a dolphin or a type of a whale, like a smaller species of whale or what it was, but it some kind of a water mammal that is whale-like, that they were just like blood in the water, just like Red Seas all over the place down there, wherever they were hunting them at. And it was like this thing where, Greenpeace and other places, other organizations like that were like, trying to stop them and stuff, and they just slaughter.
Well, it sounds like
And-
those whale boats. They just go out. I think I saw that one where whatever that other boat is harassing the whale boats, and there's a show about it.
Yeah, Whale Wars.
Yeah, they're like, isn't there a part in that one where they just like are reeling in the whales and like whale after whale, and it's kind of gross.
They don't catch them all that off. Like they.
I mean, this is like some kind of a event that they do. It's like one day a year they do this.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I saw
addition to-
something like the one
Yeah.
day they can harvest them, and they like find a school of them or whatever, and then they just kick the fucking shit out of them.
Yeah, that's what this was. Something like that.
Big boat that would do all the slaughtering, I guess, and then the other boats would go catch them and drag them in, and they would have like winches and shit and drag these big ass boat or whales in.
Well, I know when Japan goes down to Antarctica, which is most of Whale Wars, although they did do some specials on different stuff. Because, yeah, there was one with fucking dolphins where they like trap them inside a gulf. Like the boats all fucking, like the dolphins come in like a certain time of the year, and then they fucking like drag nets and shit across the opening. And then all the people like wade into the water and just start like fucking killing all the dolphins. But I don't know if that's Japan. I think that was someplace else. They got that shit shut down as far as I remember. But the normal whaling stuff, they go down to Antarctica and they have to fucking cruise around for a while till they find them. And they'll harpoon a whale or whatever, and they'll drag it behind, and then they take it to the processing boat, and they drag that up onto the big boat and they chop it up. But they only catch, like, out of the whole season, they'll be down there for a few months or something, and they only catch like, I don't know, 30 or 40 of them or something. Like they have a quota that they decided is okay to catch, and I don't know, maybe that number's wrong, but they're not trying to just get every single one of them. They have a certain number they're trying to get, and then they go back home. But the Whale Wars people try and fuck with them so that they don't catch any. And as of a couple of years ago on the show, it said that Japan declared, like, we're going to stop whaling because the Whale Wars people kicked the shit out of them so good that, like, they didn't make any money. They're like, yeah, screw this. And because of the TV show, people actually started, like politicians and shit were like, hey, Japan, fuck off, quit killing whales. So they came out with a big thing. We're like, we're not going to whale anymore. But I thought I saw something that said they started back up again like last year. But I could be making that part up. So
I saw this documentary that said that whales are really aliens, and that if we like kill them all, they're gonna send a big ass like tube spaceship to us to like kill us all.
I
'Cause
thought
the
they were
whales,
just
when they sing,
brought
they
from.
actually-
I thought they were brought into the future from the past.
Oh yeah, but that hasn't
These
happened
big
yet.
tanks,
It's not the future.
these
So
big tanks made out of transparent aluminum.
yeah, but that hasn't happened yet because it's not the future. But if we kill them all, like they stop sending their little signal, then like they're gonna send a big ass spaceship to like come wipe us all out. So, you know, I don't want to take my chances with that.
yeah, I mean that's a good point. That
I saw another documentary where dolphins are aliens from space too. They just come here to eat all of our fish.
well, no, I thought that dolphins were just a highly, advanced evolutionary species, and they learned that they could train us by when they jump through a hoop, we give them a fish.
Oh yeah, they do, but they're aliens. Remember the documentary? They're aliens. They're like, yeah, like thank you for the fish. Like,
I didn't think they were aliens. I thought they had
no,
evolved. past
they
us.
were aliens in that documentary. They were like definitely from a different planet or something. They're like, because like their whole song was like that they were singing is like, like thank you for the fish. We
Yeah,
have to go.
so long, and thank you for all the fish.
Yeah,
No, it's
yeah.
the whole fifth book, but which kind of pissed me off that he summarized an entire book into a song. But that's why I thought that they were like, I thought they were still from Earth. They just were highly, like, they were more intelligent and more advanced than we are. So
You
they
could be
trained
right.
us to give them fish. I didn't think
You,
they were.
you could be right because I never read the books, but just from the documentary, I thought they were like aliens. So
Oh, yeah. I could see how maybe you could think that from the documentary, but I read the
It's just
research
they
paper.
compressed they compressed that entire part into like what 2 minutes in the
Yeah.
in the movie.
Yeah, because they were smart enough to leave when, before the Earth was exploded. So it's not that they were aliens. I guess they are aliens now because they're not on Earth anymore, and wherever they landed, they're aliens there.
the aliens that we really got to worry about in this other documentary I watched are cats, dude. Like they're just sent here to like basically watch us and observe us. That's why they won't fucking do anything, and you can't teach them any tricks or anything, and they just do whatever they want. Like because they're just sent here to like basically document us and spy on us and shit.
And wreak havoc.
Yeah, it's the cats you really got to worry about, man.
Yeah.
How many
I know,
car accidents
right?
have been caused from like cats like running across the road and all sorts of shit?
Let me tell
do
you
that on
about the
purpose.
I haven't seen that documentary, but I believe you. Cats are pretty worthless.
Let me tell you about the bitch ass cat that my son has. Now, my other son has a puppy, and he's like 3 months old. The puppy is, and so he's about as big as the cat now, and so the cat will like hates him, right? So the puppy will be like in a room somewhere with one or more of us, and the door is shut. And the cat will come in there trying to open the door up. Shut the door all the way. You can kind of stick the door where it just sticks to, but it's not shut. The cat will pop the door open just to get the dog to chase her around until they get into this big, huge fight. And you have to go and break them up. And then she'll come and do it again. And the dog has gotten to the point where, he can pretty much throw that cat around. And he's a small dog. I mean, he's a mix of like Chihuahua and something a little larger than that. Because he looks like a Chihuahua, but he's still, he's bigger than a Chihuahua. That will instigate stuff with him, knowing that he's going to kick her ass.
So maybe the
Just to
cat's
cause
just
us
a
to have to
fucking
go and
masochist.
chase him down.
Yeah, maybe the cat likes getting tossed around a little bit.
I guess so.
Some pussies like it rough, dude. What were you to judge?
50 Shades of bullshit.
I saw a thing on Instagram that was like, I think it was making fun of that thing or whatever. But it's like, I have a pleasure room, want to see, and then it
like
show
this
them
big
like
armory
opening up
room.
the doors, and it's like fucking guns and RPGs and like all sorts of shit, like the Punisher bunker.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, that'd be my pleasure room. Oh yeah. I was like, have you ever seen The Accountant?
No, I still haven't seen that.
It's actually a pretty good movie. I mean, I know a lot of people fucking give shit to that guy, but I think he's a pretty good actor. But anyways, there's like kind of a scene like that. Like he's a big like gun enthusiast and stuff. And I was watching the movie. I was out of town with like work people, and we decided to like go to the movies because, fuck, it's not all work. And this is where I found out the one dude, he works for the other company, but like he's like the boss of the project and shit that we're working for. I found out I don't ever want to go to the movies with him again because like he just talks in like a normal voice, like in the movie theater. And I was like, oh my God, like I'm so embarrassed to be sitting next to you. But basically that scene popped up where you saw this dude has all these like rifles and shit. And he just like leans over to me. He's like, hey, do you have a room like that? And I was like, no. He's like, well, do ya? I know you really like guns and stuff, man. Is that what your house looks like? He like kept pressuring. I'm like, no, dude, I don't. I wish. Just shut up. Like, I'm trying to watch a movie. It was funny because I was trying to be like, oh, yeah, that was funny. And then he's just like, no, seriously, I want to know, how many guns do you have? Do you have that many? What's that type? What's that type? What do you have one of those? I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. Yes, I have a lot of guns, not those.
That's
that
when you
many.
fuck with them, dude, and you're like, okay, like that one's a Kel-Tec and that one's a High Point. Like, you
No,
you
I don't
just
wanna
like
be
give them
sitting there
all the wrong
talking in the middle
names.
of a fucking movie. I want
would
to be
just-
watching the movie and not be rude.
Like the AR, I would have been like, that's a Winchester Model 94, and the AK, I would have been like, that's a High Point. And like, I was just like giving him like all the wrong fucking info. So then like the next time he's with like a group of guys and he sees an AK, he's like gonna be like, dude, look at that High Point. Just look like a total dumbass, and that's how you get revenge later on, dude. Like,
Doesn't he know people that talk in the theater go to special hell?
I guess not. Man, that's looking pretty damn good, G-Webs.
About a third of the way there, but I want to go see what it looks like so far. See if I'm wasting my time or not.
You're just gonna do it like all one color just to see what it looks like.
Yeah.
Now, how long do you think something like that will take to sew out?
No idea. About to find out.
Oh, screw you, Futurama. They got a song stuck in my head. And our conversation earlier didn't help. So it's from the was that the first episode? Or the second episode? Something. Anyways, they go and take a delivery to the moon, and Fry's all excited. He's like, oh my God, I've never been to the moon. And it ends up like it's kind of like a Disney place, and it's like got fake gravity and all this shit. So he's all pissed. But there's these little like robots. They're like, we're whalers on the moon. We carry a harpoon, but there are no whales, so we tell tales and sing a sailor's tune. Anyways, that song's been stuck in my head. And now it's stuck in all of yours.
Thank you, Smiggy.
But it was one of those things, like, I'm sitting here and we're talking and stuff, and, like, I didn't realize I was singing it in my head for a while. Like, it was, like, in the background, you know? And I think it's when we started talking about Whale Wars is when I started singing it in my head. I just didn't realize it till, like, a minute ago. And I'm like, shit, I'm singing a song. It was just funny that I saw that earlier this afternoon. Because I like how they ended it. You know, if you ever saw, like, the very last Futurama, where there's, like, a time thing, and they're like they hit the button to, like, go back in time or whatever, and then that's, like, the end of the season. Like, it's the end of the episode. Well, when they show that on TV, they always go ahead and show the very first episode of the very first season, like, right after it. So you're like, oh, they, like, went all the way back and just, like, started all over again. So it's kind of cool.
I don't think I ever saw any of that last, what was it? Was it 1 or 2 seasons they had that last time that they brought it back?
I think
You know, they like canceled it, and then
Mm-hmm.
they did that a couple of times where they canceled it and brought it back, but I don't remember if it was 1 or 2 seasons that last time. But I don't think I ever saw any of that.
I think it was just one, because they did 3 different movies, which were all like,
yeah, and they've all put those. They started playing those like in the cycle of reruns,
like,
and
as
stuff
episodes.
as episodes. So they like split it up into 2 or 3 parts to do an episode.
Yeah, each one's like 3 parts, so they're all like hour-and-a-half movies. There's 3 of them. So that's almost, some people would say that's like was its own season,
like half a
kind
season.
of thing, but I don't really count that because basically, so because they brought the movies out like right on DVD or whatever, and then Comedy Central picked up like those movies and they played that, and then they did it in episode form. So everyone's like, oh, the new Futurama is on Comedy Central now. And after those 3 movies went through, like, they did a season. And I would say that counts as like the last season. And the movies are like, they do kind of still count because they're still part of the plot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think a lot of people don't know that those were movies first and then broken up into episodes.
Did you guys see that they postponed, like, during the Super Bowl? Did you see they postponed that Stranger Things 2? It's not going to come out till October.
Yeah, I know. That pissed me off.
Yeah.
They gave us a 30-second trailer for it, and it barely shows you anything, and then they're like October 31st or some shit.
All it said was Halloween, you know, like that's.
Oh yeah, that's right. It said Halloween
because like in the story, it takes place during like season 2 is supposed to take place during like Halloween time.
Well, yeah,
So
yeah.
they were like, oh, okay, so we'll just postpone this until Halloween. So I'm guessing season 3 is going to be during Christmas time, and then they'll postpone it like for season 3 until like Christmas time. So it's like going to come out like during like the same season, you know, like what the fuck?
Is that one of them Netflix ones, or is that on a regular TV?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Stranger
it's
Things.
Netflix, yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
Oh, you haven't seen Stranger Things?
No, I have not.
Oh, then you don't get the waffle references either, do you?
No. If you're referencing Stranger Things, I don't get it.
Yeah, I guess one of the main. I guess she's the main character. I don't know. She's one of the main characters anyway, and she really likes waffles. And I was trying to make waffle jokes with. I was trying to reference Stranger Things with Z a few weeks ago, and he totally didn't get it. And then one night in one of Matt's chats, he was like, Oh, now I get the waffle references.
Yeah, I think she is like her and the one boy. I think are the main characters. I think those two are the main characters. You know?
Yeah, well, at the very least, it would be that little group of kids anyway. But yeah, I think her and that one the one goofy looking kid are the main characters.
And like, did you see like in the preview? It looks like a giant octopus tentacle thing coming down from the sky, like a giant alien thing.
Yeah,
That was fucking like creepy, dude. I was like,
Yeah.
holy shit! Like, what's this gonna be about? Like the last monster in season 1 was like creepy enough, man. But like a giant, like huge ass octopus coming down from the sky.
it's Cthulhu.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what it looked like.
Well, all right, guys. I'm gonna try and go to sleep. So,
Have a good one.
yeah, I'm gonna leave the chat running and stuff, but I will see you guys later.
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 I'm looking forward to waking up tomorrow with some like good responses and backlash from my Facebook post.
Oh yeah.
Like, too bad I didn't. There's there's a couple of guys who I know who own Tavors, and like if I knew their Facebooks, I would have tagged them on that shit. Yeah, you might choose a Tavor over like an AK, like, you know, if you drink Starbucks and wear Abercrombie and drive a Prius and eat at the Olive Garden. Then I can see you choosing the Tavor. Yeah. That's gonna piss like so many people off in that post that were all like, "Oh, the Tavor over the AK." Like, what the fuck? Like, dude, like the best video about the Tavor is this one guy I follow. I can't even remember his name on YouTube. But he does this whole video on the Tavor, like basically the Tavor versus the AR. And he's like, "Look, dude, like the Tavor is only like you only save like 4 inches off the Tavor over the AR, and the Tavor weighs like 3 pounds more than the AR." And then he's like, "And the Tavor has a really shitty trigger, and like the Tavor, like it doesn't have like near the aftermarket support." And like he just goes through like all the points basically, and he owns both guns. Is the funny thing, like he actually owns the fucking Tavor. And then, like, by the time he gets to the end of the video, he's like, "Why the fuck did I buy a Tavor? Like, what the fuck was I thinking?" Like, you know, he's like, "I could have bought like 3 ARs for the price of this piece of shit." Dude, it was just so funny, dude. Like, and that's like the most honest video like thing I've seen about the Tavor. Like, you know, and the guy actually owns it, you know, like, and he's just like, and I totally think he like the way it started out is like it started out good, like he was given like the Tavor some like bonus points, like, okay, it is 4 inches shorter, but it's only 4 inches shorter, you know. And he tried to like come up with some good things about it, and then he's like, it's really rear heavy, it's kind of awkward to shoot, it's not very comfortable, ergonomic, it sucks to shoot from prone. And he's just like, and then like the more you could like hear it in his fucking voice, like the more like it wasn't like pre-scripted. He was just like, you know, thinking of things, and then like the more he was like thinking about it, talking about it, it was like he was like talking himself out of it. And then like by the time he got to the end of the video, he's just like, "Fuck, man! Like, why did I even buy this? Like, what the fuck was I thinking?" It was great. And that's the most honest like. That's like the best Tavor video on YouTube. Like,
Some people that own those things have probably never even fired the one they have because they love it so much. And it's like, have you ever even shot the thing? Because
well, they probably did once, and then like they're like 13-pound trigger, like, you know, and it's rear heavy and awkward, and just, you know, just like then they figured out it sucks. You know, and then they're just like,
just
okay.
lying to themselves.
I see like a lot of Tavors for sale here, man. A lot of used Tavors, dude. And they don't sell either. They don't sell. Like the same guy will keep posting the same Tavor, like, you know, every like week. He'll like repost his ad every week. You know, like Tavor, and it'll start out like Tavor $16.95, $15.95, $14.95. Like, and then they seem to sell like once they get around to like, you know, just barely over $1,000. Like, you know, and then he still might not even have got that for it. Someone probably straight up offered him like $900 or $1,000. And I know my local gun store sure the fuck doesn't sell them. They've had the same two Tavors, like one black and one FTE, sitting on the wall forever. The same two.
Yeah, we had one. Well, there was two of them, and then one of them belonged to the shop. The other one was a consignment piece, and they were both in there for a long time. And you know, the shop one, of course, sold first because Daryl was like, I think he ended up selling it for like somewhere around $900 or something.
Yeah.
And you know, it was like one he had bought in used from somebody and then sold, but so you know, he could play with the price on it. So the other one was a consignment piece, so he couldn't play with the price on it. It was, you know, whatever the customer wanted for. I think he wanted like $1,400 for it or some crap. And they eventually sold it. But I think the guy may have come in and decided to lower the price a little bit or something. But yeah, they were both in there for a long time. Nobody want those damn things.
Nope.
Especially not when they asked about it, and you know, Daryl is going to be honest about shit. He's not gonna say, yeah, this is a great gun.
No, yeah, you need a guy who's like already got his mind made up to walk in there, who like walks in there saying like, oh, I'm buying a Tavor today. Like, that's the kind of guy.
Yeah, because I mean, Daryl's not going to tell you. He's going to give you his opinion of it. So, you know, and the only time he's going to lead you astray is if he likes something that is just, you know, that is actually junk, which is pretty rare. But there are some things that he likes that I have to look at him kind of sideways sometimes. Like, are you fucking for real?
Dude, I added up all the parts today that's going into my next build. Right? Like the one I'm building on Friday. It was like $2,516 or some shit.
Damn.
Yeah. And like I don't even have night vision or a PEQ for it yet, and I'm still gonna get those. And that's gonna be like another 2,000 right there. So yeah, and yeah, that's like gonna be another 2,000 getting those on deals. So it's gonna be like I'm gonna be in that gun like $4,500 when it's done, dude. But granted, I'll be able to use the night vision and shit on other things, but
Yeah.
But still, it's going to be like $4,500 when that build's done.
Damn.
But right now, it's like at 2,500. Like, you know, like I was like, what? Like, what the fuck? I couldn't believe it. Like, I couldn't believe it actually came out more than the last build. Like, I was just like, what? Like, wait, I had to like add it up again. I was like, wait, no, somewhere I got like an extra number. Like,
the other day, we had a Black Rain Ordnance. Can't remember what model it was. It's one of their, like, I guess, lower to mid-range rifles. And I was hoping the guy would wait until the next day to come pick it up so we could show it on the show. But he came pick it up before we, you know, like midday or something. So we didn't have a chance to show it on there. But man, that was a nice ass rifle. It was like $850, I think, is what that rifle ended up being.
Have you ever watched the torture test video from Black Rain?
No.
Oh, if you get on YouTube and type in like Black Rain torture test, there's an awesome video where like they literally are like going up in a helicopter and dropping it from like 100 feet and shit, and then they come right back down and they actually land the helicopter on the rifle. And then like come back up, scoot over a little bit, land, and the guy like gets out, grabs the rifle, shoots it. They like go up again and shoot it. The guy's like grabbing the rifle and hucking it like literally as far as he can, throwing it in water, like in a lake, in like a dirty lake, and like just all sorts of like he like dragging it behind cars. And then I think they even like fucking like stuck some tannerite on it and then shot the tannerite like in shit, dude. Like they literally torture tested the fuck out of that rifle, and it's like it held up. Like I was like really impressed with that. But I'm still kind of boycotting Black Rain since the whole trigger fiasco they had.
Oh yeah.
When they canceled their order for all those triggers, and then because they don't make their own triggers, like Rise Armament makes all their blue Fallout triggers for them. So they canceled that. They canceled the trigger order of like 5,000 triggers. So all those de-milled Fallout triggers came out on the market, right? And you can see like right where the Black Rain logo was de-milled off of the Fallout triggers, and people would ask like, "Are these like the same as the Black Rain?" And the guy's like, "No, they're not the same." Well, they were the fucking same. They were the exact same. You just canceled the fucking order. Just because they didn't hit your hands yet, you're gonna like tell people, "Oh no, it's like not the same trigger and not as good of quality as yours." It came from the same fucking company, and he didn't cancel that order because of like quality control issues or anything like that. Like right from Rise Armament, like he canceled the order because he couldn't pay the fucking bill. Like, you know, so like that, you know, and he left Rise Armament hanging, and Rise Armament had to go back through, demill all Black Rain's logo off of all those triggers, which of course costed extra money and time. And then they had to sell those triggers on the market. So they put a ton of them up on eBay and Amazon and everywhere for like $99. And it's an okay trigger. There's nothing wrong with it, but you know, that just when I heard about how they screwed over Rise Armament like that, I was just like, fuck those guys.
I remember you telling me about that. That must have like cut into their business or a good bit or something, because they've been like really, I guess like maybe they got a new deals with dealers or something, because like maybe a new PR person or marketing person or something, because they had some really good deals lately and their service has been impeccable. I mean,
well, I'm sure they have to be.
Well, that guy wasn't expecting that rifle to be here for like till like middle of next week or something, and it came in. It was like less than a week before he got that rifle. And
yeah, well, you have to do something like that to make up for it, because word gets around in the industry, and when you fuck over one company like that, and then word gets around that, hey, these guys didn't pay their fucking bill and they left us hanging, like word gets around, like, you know, so I'm sure that, you know, I'm sure that they have to kind of change up something to try and make up for that, you know?
Yeah.
And as far as I know, they're still buying those triggers from, right, like, you know, Rise Armament, like they did come back and like, you know, buy some more, you know,
yeah,
but
I'm sure they probably are. I mean, usually companies stick with the same sources for their parts. I mean, there's
so I'm sure they had to kiss Rise Armament's ass to get them to make more triggers for them. But, and I can understand, like, oh, hey man, we don't got to, you know, guess what, dude, I just don't have the money to pay for these triggers. I can understand shit like that happens, but what really pissed me off is him coming straight out on YouTube. And you can find the video where the owner of Black Rain's like, no, these aren't the same triggers at all. Like, these are like, you know, like fake triggers. Like what the fuck do you mean they're not? Like, it comes from Rise Armament, where you buy your triggers. They're the same fucking blue color. Your logo's demilled off of them. You know, everyone knows in the fucking industry that you canceled your order. Like, everyone knows they're your fucking triggers, dude. Just come out and admit it. That, you know, like, that's what really pissed me off the most, is the guy just wasn't honest about it. He should have just came out and said, yeah, they are the same triggers. And, you know, we just couldn't take them at that time. We were, you know, strapped for cash. We had other things going on, whatever, you know, but everything's good now. We made another order, whatever, you know, so when we couldn't pay for this order, Rise Armament, you know, they're not going to be stuck holding on to 5,000 triggers and just sitting there, right? You know, and out that money. So they sold them, you know, like, you know, like he should have just came out and told the fucking truth. But the whole thing that he lied about it, that's what really pissed me off the most, dude. Like, that's, you know, but it does look like they make a damn nice rifle, though. I will say that. Like, their shit looks pretty tough.
Oh yeah, they're everything about that rifle looked like really hefty and sturdy. It's really light though. I mean, for what the receiver looks like, it's like, you know, really good material and stuff, but it's not as heavy as you would think for it. You know, it's a billet receiver, but it seems like it's about the same weight as just a standard receiver. They're usually a little bit heavier because there's usually a little more. There's usually
They gotta make the
metal.
billet thicker to make it as strong as the forged. So
yeah, and so it seems like it's just as light as the other one. Now that may be because of the materials of everything else that's on it or something. The rail is the only thing that concerns me a little bit because it doesn't look like, I mean, I don't regularly go around smacking my rifles up against walls or anything, but if I were to do that, I don't know if that would hold up because the way that rail's made doesn't look like it's real sturdy. Now it looks like that it would hold up well enough, you know, if you put a light on it, put, you know, whatever you put on it. If you put like the bottom doesn't have Picatinny on it, but it has the place where you could put a piece of rail on there. So you could put, you know, M-LOK or key mod or whatever you wanted to put on the bottom. The sides of it are cut out so that only the very end, like 2.5, 3 inches on the very end of it, have Picatinny. So it's like just enough room up there on the end where you put a light or a laser or something on each side. So the rest of that rail is smooth coming along down through there, except it's got those little cuts in it, you know, for the design. But the rail is really, really light, and that's the only thing that concerns me. I mean, depending on, you know, what material it's made out of, which, you know, it's probably some kind of aluminum, but I don't know what grade of aluminum it is. It may be heavy duty enough. It may just be really light, but it just doesn't seem like it's as sturdy as it could be. But the rifle is really light.
yeah, I should get my parts from being back Cerakoted tomorrow. I was supposed to get them back tonight, like, but the guy texted me and was like, I guess he broke his gun at work today, like spraying my parts, like his spray gun.
Ooh.
So he's like, yeah, it was like too late for him to go get new parts for his spray gun. I don't know what he broke, but he broke something on his like coating gun. So he's like, yeah, I got to go get new parts tomorrow, and then like I'll just like bring them over to you tomorrow. So fucking. Have you seen that? Have you heard or read anything or used that KG gun coat stuff?
No, I've seen it, but I haven't like seen any like specs on it or details or anything like that. I was gonna look and see if I could find, like, you know, somebody or some kind of review on it or something, but then I forgot about it. Just haven't got around to it.
Yeah, I watched a bunch of reviews on it. There's like one review where like a guy who like he did the mag, he did some like just mil spec aluminum mags, and he did one in like Cerakote and one in gun coat. And actually he did more than one of each, right? And then he shoots them, and then he looks at like the holes through the mags, like to see if like the Cerakoting and the gun coat like was like peeling or anything like from the holes.
Yeah.
Through the mags. And then he takes some other mags that he coated, and he's like rubbing them on the dirt and stepping on them and smashing them around. And then he's like going home and he's like scraping them with a knife, and then taking a Dremel to them with like his sanding disc, and all sorts of tests like that. And like pretty much like from his tests, like it looked like the gun coat was like way superior. And then straight up, the guy who's doing it for me, he's like, that's what he does for a living. He's a professional coder. He has a shop, right? That's all he does is like paint shit. And he's like, I do Duracoat, Cerakote, or Gun Coat, like whatever you want. I was like, well, which one's the best? And he's like, oh, Gun Coat's the best. So and then I was like, okay, well, I know there's different gun coats. So I'm like, which one's the best? And he's like, the nano one. So I was like, okay, that's what I want. So this nano gun coat has it like exceeds like all the military and like aerospace coating requirements, and like super hard and like like anti-scratch. That has like all that shit, like UV protection, like all that kind of shit. And it's supposed to be like the state of the art shit, like the newest type of coating out there is this nano gun coat stuff. So I hope it turns out good, man, because I was just gonna spray paint that shit. I was just like, I'm gonna Krylon coat this shit, but I hope it turns out good. I learned you can make spray paint actually pretty decent, especially if you bake it after you paint it. It's really all in the prep. If you prep it well and spray paint it, and then you bake that shit, like what I'll do is I'll get the oven heated up to like 180, stick it in the oven, and then I turn off the oven right when I stick it in. So it's 180 degrees when I stick it in, but then the oven's like constantly cooling while it's in there. And then I'll just wait an hour. And then after an hour, the oven's like pretty much room temperature at that point. And then I've noticed that it makes a huge difference compared to like parts that I've spray painted with the exact same spray paint that I didn't bake versus the parts I baked. It's way harder when I baked it, like way harder. And that's just like regular ass like Krylon and Rust-Oleum like spray paint. So and I know that's what they do with like all sorts of different enamels and stuff on cars. Is like put them in like a baking booth and shit. So
Yeah. There's a lot of places that do Cerakote and stuff that their main stuff that they do is like vehicle parts and stuff. There's a place, I can't remember what it's called. I think it's like is it Gulf Coast Powder Coat or something like that? And mostly what they do is race car parts, and show car parts and stuff. But they also do gun parts. But their main thing is car parts. They powder coat rims and do engine blocks and things like that.
I've had shit powder coated before, but it always seems to be like a really thick coating. So if you got
they also do like Cerakote and Duracoat and a few other things too, in addition to that. But their main business is, that's what they started doing, was they did powder coating. So it was mostly like car stuff.
On my Red Riding Hood build, I bought this little bottle of Cerakote, of high temperature Cerakote, right? And because I did a gas block and a trigger in it and stuff, but I just used that same Cerakote for everything. But I got the high temp stuff because I was doing a gas block, and I used a little like toy, like for like models and stuff, a little airbrush gun.
Oh yeah.
And I guess I didn't clean it out good enough because I filled the little bottle up full of thinner, right? After I painted, and then I just sprayed all the thinner through. I guess I should have done that maybe more than once, because like I can't get shit through that air gun now, like nothing at all. Like it totally ruined it. And it's like since this gun's not like completely, you can't completely take it apart. You can just like really take the nozzle apart, and you can't take the little tube apart that goes into the bottle and stuff. It like basically ruined this air gun, like because like I guess I didn't clean it out enough because it's completely fucking clogged because of that Cerakote. And I figured, okay, I'm just gonna like dump this whole bottle of thinner in the glass, and I'll just set this whole gun in the glass, right? And just like let it like kind of like really soak in and shit, and that'll work. And then I'll try spraying it through. And I let it sit in there, kind of forgot about it, and I came back like a couple hours later, and the gun was kind of like melting in the paint. Because it's just like an all plastic like airbrush, right?
Yeah.
So the paint thinner had like started like eating through the gun.
It could even be, yeah, it could even be the Cerakote or Duracoat or whatever itself. It could be the chemical composition of it reacting with the seals and stuff in the gun. Well, it may not. It may be like mixed with it. It may be too harsh for the plastics that are in the gun, that are in the air gun. Because I know that you're not supposed to use those with like some types of thinners and stuff. Or at
Well,
least
I used the
ones like the
airbrush.
little,
I used the model thinner, like that I have for models, like the paint
Yeah.
thinner that's for
yeah,
the
but you were
models,
using the Cerakote in it, so that may have been, the chemical composition of it may have been reacting with the plastic that's in that little hose or something. I don't know.
There's only like
I just know
$30.
that some of that stuff you're not supposed to use it with like other types of paints and stuff. So it may be.
There's only $30.
I just figured it was
ruin that
because
fucking gun, dude.
it was because they were thicker and that it didn't have enough pressure. That it wasn't enough psi to spray them. But it may be because they'll eat the gun. I mean,
This guy told me this nano gun coat. Like, I can't remember exactly the numbers he gave me, but he said that 5 coats of the nano gun coat. Because I told him, I was like, okay. I taped up some spots on my parts, and I was like, okay, I don't want these spots coated on these parts because this is like where tolerances matter to me, right? And he's like, oh, no, that doesn't even fucking matter. And he's like, I put 5 coats on, and 5 coats is only like 5 thousandths thick or something. Like, it's like nothing. It was like, I can't remember exactly what he said, but it was like nothing. Like, it was like, it wasn't even like, he's like, yeah, like, he's like, I screw in like I paint like really tight fitting screws and bolts and all sorts of like really tight fitting parts and shit. And like it's like the 5 coats is so thin of the nano, like you don't have to, it doesn't even matter. So like I get it, like I can just paint the whole fucking thing, and I was like, oh, okay. And he said with that gun coat too, he's like, because I know on Duracoat, like I was told that like you got to wait like 3 days, right? After you bake it for it to truly cure before you're supposed to install your parts. And then I think it's might be the same way on the Cerakote, because after I Cerakoted my parts, I baked them in the oven, and then I let them sit, and they sat for like a full day, like a full 20 hours. And when I went to go install that trigger, like the tolerances were so tight in the lower that the shoe of the trigger, like when I pushed it through, it like peeled the Cerakote off on the sides. And I was like, oh fuck, like, and then plus I don't think I did it right. I think I put too much on. I think I did it too thick, but it definitely wasn't fully cured. And that was after baking and waiting 24 hours. But he says this KG stuff, you only got to wait 2 hours after he like bakes it and stuff, that is completely cured in 2 hours. And he said that's another big advantage of the gun coat, why he likes it so much. Because he said that usually when customers get their parts back, they want to install them like right now. And I was like, because I asked him, I was like, man, am I gonna have to, like, I need to know, because I'm gonna be building like this gun on fucking YouTube and shit live. And I was like, so I need to know, like, if I'm gonna be able to do it this week or next week or what, like, how long do I gotta let this shit cure for? And he's like, oh, just like when I give them to you, they'll be completely cured. So I was like, oh, cool. Are you going to be around Friday night, Sean?
I'm not sure if I will or not. I think I'm off Friday night, but
Well, if you're going to be around, you should hop in during the build. hop in the chat.
Okay, if I'm around, I'll hop in and see.
Because I'm going to be using like a hodgepodge menagerie of parts, dude. Like the shit that I think is kind of like the best for like an end of the world gun type thing. Like all the parts are pretty much like top of the line, like in my opinion, type shit. So. Oh, do you know anyone who does chroming, like hard chroming? Because that's one thing. That's one other thing I need to do to my rifle. Is I want to get the bolt carrier group chromed.
No, I sure don't. I don't know. I'm not sure because I think just about everybody that ever did that around here sent it out to do it. So I don't think I don't know where they sent it to or anything. I know that there used to be some electroplating places that did pretty much everything like that, but most of those places don't do it anymore. I guess they just didn't have the workload to keep doing it or something.
Well, because I Daniel Defense makes a chromed bolt carrier group, and that's what I was gonna buy. And I've been waiting for it, and I have like the out of stock notifications on like 10 different websites for that bolt carrier group to alert me when it comes in stock. And I even emailed Daniel Defense, and they said like there's no, like right now there's no time, like they don't have a set time of when they might get it back in. But that's what I want to go with in this rifle is a chrome bolt carrier group. Like eventually, as soon as I can find one. But I'm almost like to the point of giving up and being like, man, I'll just like have a Toolcraft bolt carrier group chromed. Like if I can, have someone do it for me. And then I like Les Bear makes like a chromed bolt carrier group, but they're out of stock. And I think at one time Colt used to make one, but they don't anymore. And I can't find a used one. And I think Stag makes one, but I think Stag was out when I looked. And I don't know if I like how good Stag's ones are. Like I'd rather have something like a Daniel Defense or a Colt. Oh yeah, Stag is still sold out. So like I just can't find a chromed bolt carrier group, dude. Like I can't find one, so I'm like about to the point of just like sending one out to have it chromed.
Have you checked with like jewelers and see if they probably don't do chrome, but I mean
that might be an idea.
They would have the equipment, so I don't know that it might not be that difficult to do the chrome. I don't know if there's special.
Well, there's a place about an hour away from me that does it on like bumpers and car parts, and I called and asked him, and he said no, he wouldn't want to do a bolt carrier group. That he's never done one before, and he wouldn't even really want to fuck with it. So
it's probably a lot thicker of a plating, and I don't know if you do that in one pass on like a bumper, or if it's like a build up, where you do layers or what. I'm not sure about the differences in doing a bumper and a gun parts. You do them in a little small tank. You take a little fish aquarium and set up all your stuff for that to do plating with. The guy I used to work for at gun shop years and years ago, he used to do electroplating, but he only did nickel, gold, and silver, I think was what he had stuff to do with that he could plate. And he started out doing that Zippo lighters, and then started doing gun parts and stuff when he got into after he became a gunsmith. But yeah, I just thought a jeweler might be able to, because he stopped doing it because it was cheaper for him to send it out to a jeweler for like small parts, and he could have them, you know, re-nickel the part and send it back to him, and then he could still charge the customer and come out cheaper than it would cost him just to be able to do it, because his volume of it was so low. He didn't do, you know, because he buy like, you know, a container of the nickel that's needed to do it with, and it would cost him as much as he's going to be able to make off of this, or, you know, off of the job. So it was cheaper for him to send it to a jeweler and get it done, because the jeweler is doing it for a fraction of that price, because, you know, they're doing it quite often, or at least then they were. But like I said, I don't know about chrome. There may be more involved in plate and chrome than there is, you know, most of the stuff like nickel. It's mostly preparation. You just have to make sure that it's good and clean and stuff, like if you were refinishing it, and then, you know, getting your apparatus connected up properly and everything.
Well, if you see anyone on your online adventures that has, and I don't want just anyone, like I really want like Daniel Defense, Colt, like pretty much just those two are like the only ones I'm like going to trust, really. But like if you see a Daniel Defense or a Colt bolt carrier group, chromed bolt carrier group for sale somewhere, let me know, because I'm definitely in the market for one.
You, I'm sure you've already checked like Arms List and Gunbroker and stuff like that.
No, I haven't checked those. I haven't checked. I don't ever use Arms List because there's just, I don't know, so many
I don't
scams.
like using them either, but some people do.
And Gunbroker, I can't even set up an account on that place. They've ripped me off like 3 different times of $1. For some reason, every time I try and make an account there, they tell me that they think I'm a scammer or something, and that I have to pay $1 on my credit card to like prove myself. So I do it.
You gotta pay them $1 to prove that you're not a scammer.
Scammer.
Yeah,
And then,
I had some problems with that.
And then they're supposed to like send me an email to like tell me when my shit's approved, and then they never do. And then I email customer service, and I'm like, hey, like, what's going on here? Like, I paid $1, and then they still never fucking email me back, and then I just like forget about it.
Well, I got the email, but the thing didn't work. You know, when you verify the email thing or whatever, it didn't work. The verification didn't work. So I had to email their customer service and go back and forth with them on it until I got it all straightened out. And they sent me a link with a code that worked. And so I was able to verify my account eventually, but it took like 2 or 3 weeks. I missed out on a couple of auctions I was looking at because I was not able to verify my account so that I could actually use the damn thing. But yeah, I was able to eventually fuss with them long enough to get them to figure out. I think they didn't know what the hell they were supposed to be doing about it or something, because they kept trying to tell me, you have to verify your account. You have to verify your account. And I'm like, that's what I'm trying to do.
And then the last time, like the first couple of times I did, I think I just used my Google email. Right. So then and that didn't work. And I think the third time, this last time I tried doing it, I used my actual like internet provider email, right? The one I never use that for fucking anything.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And figuring, okay, it's just probably because it's Gmail. They think I'm a scammer or something, you know, and it still came up. No, you're a scammer. You got to pay us $1. And I did it, and still like nothing ever fucking came from it. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Well, you're always going to get that you're a scammer. You got to pay $1 to prove you're not. You're always going to get that part. because they started that a few years ago apparently. But it's supposed to send you a link, and then you're supposed to click the link, and if the link doesn't work, then there's a code there that you can use, and it's supposed to just like, this verifies your account, makes it where you can actually bid on things. And if that doesn't work for some reason, then you can't do that. They assume that you're just a scammer. Where the issue is for some reason they either weren't sending you the thing, or it's automatically getting blocked or something. Like maybe Gmail doesn't work that way. I know my ISP email that I used to have, I don't even have one set up with my ISP now. I don't think I ever set one up because I didn't want to use that again. Because I had the same ISP for years and years. So I used that same email address for everything. And then I had trouble with stuff when I moved and got a different ISP. I had trouble with some things that I had not changed my email on yet, with trying to get all that stuff changed over, because it was all tied to that old email address. But they used to would block things before it ever made it to your email box. Like if they thought that it was spam or something, their filter would catch it before it ever made it to you for your filter to catch. It used to drive me nuts. And then you had to contact them to get access to your filtered email, because it didn't just go into like the webmail, like the filter on it or something. But with Gmail, I don't think that that's ever an issue. It just ends up in your spam box. So you just have to go look for it in your spam box on Gmail. But with your ISP, I mean, it could get filtered out before that. But if you tried both, it seems like, because mine, I used one of my Gmail accounts to set mine up. I mean, I have 2 or 3 different Gmail accounts that I use for things depending on, this is kind of a business type thing, so I use this one. This is personal, so I use this one. This is something where in case they decide to start spamming the crap out of me or something, I'll use this one over here because I don't use it for anything but that. That's like my sign up for AR15.com email address.
All right, man. I think I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta wake up, take the kids to school.
All right, cool. I'm gonna head out too.
All right, you have a good night.
You too.
Later.